directed to call the roll.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission on Appointments, the Honorable Chairman, Senator Panfilo M. Lacson is present. The other officers and members of this committee are Advincula, Almario,
Present.
Alvarez Jr.,
Present.
Arbison,
Present.
Cagas, Chipeco Jr., De La Rosa,
Present.
Sino?
Juan
Ayun, no?
Ferrer IV, Heron, Go,
Nandyan. Is present. Go, present siya kanina eh.
Ontiveros,
Present.
Marcos,
Present.
Noel,
Exacto.
Pancho,
Present.
Pimentel III, Grace Po, Ramirez Sato,
Present.
Revillan Jr.,
Present.
Villanueva, Villar,
Present.
Zamora, Subiri.
Hello.
Bem. Ayan na si Bem.
With one member physically present and 14 virtually present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes held on December 16, 2020 and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Today, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will deliberate on the nominations and the ad interim appointments of 56 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Of the 56 nominees and appointees, 30 are physically present and 26 are virtually present in today's deliberation. They are the following. Nominations: Enroso de Guzman Calonge, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq. Maria Teresa B. Dizon de Vega, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea. Maria Lumen Banzon Isleta, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Sweden and with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Finland. Maria Elena Palo Algabre, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Alan Lazaro Teñega, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the People's Republic of Bangladesh with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Republic of Maldives. At interim appointments, Vicente Vivencio Tejamo Bandillo, Chief of Mission Class 1. Medardo Antonio Gonzalez Macaraig, Chief of Mission Class 1. Eduardo Ramos Meñez, Chief of Mission Class 1. Grace T. Cruz Fabella, Chief of Mission Class 2. Roberto Gutierrez Manalo, Chief of Mission Class 2. Senen Tiamsin Mangalile or Mangalile, Chief of Mission Class 2. Flerida Ann Camille Puzon Mayo, Chief of Mission Class 2. Jesusa Susana Villar Paez, Chief of Mission Class 2. Maria Angela Abrera Ponce, Chief of Mission Class 2. Eric Gerardo Escarilla Tamayo, Chief of Mission Class 2. Maria Alni Arugay Gambol, Career Minister. Jim Tito Balgos San Agustin, Career Minister. Ralph Vincent Clar de Jesus Abarquez, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Rapunzel Aglipay Acop, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Nomer Blevens Ado II, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. J. Francis Galino Alcantara, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Johan Veronica Madulid Andal, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Therese Rodriguez Cantada, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Oliver Cotamora Delfin, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Helen Ann Sayo Gan, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Irish K. L. Calao Ado, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Christine Margaret Mendiola Malang, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Jim Gabrilio Minglana, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Joylyn Espinosa Santos, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Rodney Jonas Lucido Sumage, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Those who are virtually present are the following: ad interim appointments: Imelda Makapundag Panolong, Chief of Mission Class 1. Raleigh Lopamia Tejada, Chief of Mission Class 1. Alfonso Agbayani Ver, Chief of Mission Class 1. Eileen S. Mendiola Rau, Chief of Mission Class 2. Evangeline T. Ong Jimenez Ducroc, Chief of Mission Class 2. Paul Vincent Luna Uy, Chief of Mission Class 2. Reginald Sangle Bernabe, Career Minister. Robert Eric Alabado Borge, Career Minister. Lena Aileen C. De Dios Season, Career Minister. Christian Luna de Jesus, Career Minister. Rosel Remo Reyes, Career Minister. Hans Mohaimin Lim Siriban, Career Minister. Arman Racho Talbo, Career Minister. Kerwin Orville Casano Tate, Career Minister. Maria Teresa Milaljos Alders, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Melvin Cordenillo Almonguera, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Dean Jason Nepomuceno Ariola, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Ria Eugenio Gorospe, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. John Francis Solano Herrera, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Carlin Andrino Monastrial, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Norman Escueta Padalhin, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Anilin De Leon Ratonel, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Romel Ariman Romato, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Maurice Arcamo Tiempo, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Eric Petaliana Valenzuela, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Duke Apalisok Villanueva, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Secretary Villacorta kindly report on the status on the jurisdictional requirements and other relevant information relative to the nominations and ad interim appointments of 56 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs in compliance with the new rules of the Commission on of the Commission and the new rules of the standing committees.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman,
much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Majority Leader.
yes, I received word just now that John Francis Solano Herrera, with Foreign Service Officer Class 1, is also here with us, attending physically. And therefore, those attending physically will now be 31, and those attending virtually will now be 25. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Are you here, John Francis Solano? Yes, thank you. Yes, noted, and I stand corrected, Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the nominees and appointees have complied with the submission of the necessary documentary requirements pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Their nominations and ad interim appointments were referred by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Vicente C. Soto III, to the Committee on Foreign Affairs pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, their nominations and ad interim appointments were published on various dates in 2 newspapers of general circulation and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. Your Secretariat received a letter from the Human Resource Management Office, DFA, signed by OIC Mersole Meliehor, dated 18 March 2021, addressed to the committee chairman, Senator Panfilo M. Lacson, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of 21 officials of the DFA who were already posted abroad, namely Imelda Macapundag Panolong, Rally Lofamia Tejada, Alfonso Agbayani Ver, Eileen S. Mendiola Rao, Evangeline T. Ong Jimenez Ducroc, Paul Vincent Luna Uy, Reginald Sangle Bernabe, Lena Eileen C. De Dios Sison, Christian Luna de Jesus, Rosel Remo Reyes, Hans Mohaimin Lim Siriban, Arman Racho Talbo, Kerwin Orville Casano Tate, Maria Teresa Milallos Alders, Melvin Cordenillo Almonguera, Ria Eugenio Gorospe, Annalyn De Leon Ratonel, Romel Ariman Romato, Maurice Arcamo Tiempo, Eric Petaliana Valenzuela, Joke Apalisok Villanueva. DFA HRMO likewise requested in the same letter that the rule to appear online, provided the subject nominee or appointee is within the embassy or consular premises, be relaxed for the 2 officials, Ms. Carlin A. Monastrial, FSO1, and Mr. Norman E. Padalhin, FSO1, since they are subjected to a stay-in hotel arrangement as part of the quarantine procedures and protocols of their respective host country. In addition, DFA HRMO requested that Mr. Robert Eric A. Borge, Career Minister, be exempted from personally appearing before the committee as he is undergoing a mandatory quarantine from his official travel to Pune, India from March 9 to 12, 2021. Mr. Borge's quarantine will end today, March 24. Your Secretariat is also in receipt of a letter from DFA HRMO signed by OIC Meliehor, dated 21 March 2021, requesting permission to allow Mr. Dean Jason N. Ariola, FSO1, to appear before the committee through video conference instead of in-person attendance. Mr. Ariola is undergoing a home quarantine starting March 22, 2021, for a period of 14 days due to his exposure to an office staff who tested positive for COVID-19. Your commission secretariat has not received any opposition against any of these nominees and appointees. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the letters dated March 18 and 2021, signed by OIC Nelly Hor, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of 25 officials for reasons stated therein, and as reported by the CA Secretary, be approved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. The chair would like also to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Heron, Congressman Advincula, and Congressman Chipeco. Secretary Villacorta kindly administer the oath to the nominees and appointees, including those who are appearing online before this committee.
Kindly raise your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God? Mr. Chairman, they are now all under oath.
Yeah, please take your seats. Ambassador Kalonge, please take the seat in front. Yes, you may now proceed with your introductory statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm privileged to be nominated today as Philippine Ambassador to the Republic of Iraq. I've been to Iraq since July of last year as a Chargé d'Affaires in PIED, which is a hairline away from that of an ambassador. It is a permanent head of mission. However, the INPIED designation is only accredited to the foreign minister. So I appreciate the recommendation by the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and approval by the President of the Republic to me as to be designated as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq to once again bring back our relations to its proper track with the Republic of Iraq. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The nominee is now ready to respond to any comment or questions from the members. I think you can relax, Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sino yun?
Senator Risa Ontiveros,
Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Ontiveros. Yes, please, you are recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Kalonge, magandang umaga po sa inyo.
Magandang umaga po, Senator.
Salamat, sir. Opo. Meron lang po akong dalawang tanong sa inyo, sir. Based on your records, you were a member of the Armed Forces and were the Assistant Secretary of Maritime and Ocean Affairs office here at DFA Manila prior to your posting abroad. As a person who has held these offices, I'd like to ask your opinion regarding the report on the presence of 220 Chinese maritime militia vessels found in Julian Felipe Reef. And Ambassador and Mr. Chairman, I also would like to pose these questions to these two others of our ambassadors here this morning, Career Minister Robert Borge and Ambassador Evangeline Ducroc, who also both have experience in issues connected to the West Philippine Sea. But first to Ambassador Kalonge, sir, how should our government respond to this matter, this presence of the 220 Chinese maritime militia vessels found in Julian Felipe Reef? And how can we better enforce our sovereign rights over our territory, Mr. Chairman?
Before you respond, Mr. Ambassador, the chair would just like, just for the record, to acknowledge the presence, the physical presence of Senator Bongo instead of being virtually present. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I've held the office of Assistant Secretary for Maritime and Ocean Affairs for more than 2 years. And my view about the presence of 200 Chinese vessels, if true, if verified, if correct, I am of the view that it is a violation of our sovereignty, and appropriate measures should be done in order to address a perceived violation. I understand that a protest has already been lodged, and but I'm not sure if a protest is enough. I understand from the public media that our modernization of the armed forces is in full swing, and I think it's in my view as a taxpayer, as an individual, not as a diplomat. I view incursions into our territory as violations of our sovereignty, and those must be addressed appropriately.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Calonge. I too support the diplomatic protest filed by the DFA, and I deeply appreciate your candor, Ambassador, at least posing that insight to us legislators, whether even that protest, very welcome as it is in our ranks, will be enough. So I wonder if the ambassador would have any advice for us legislators, both we in the Senate and our counterparts in the House, as to other appropriate measures that we could support as legislators. In addition, of course, to our continued support for the modernization of our armed forces. I believe, Ambassador, around this table, you will find 100% support for that. So would the good ambassador, Mr. Chairman, have any other suggestions or advice for us lawmakers in terms of the appropriate measures that we should support in response to this violation of our sovereignty?
Mr. Chairman, shall I respond? Madam Senator, my view is two-pronged, personal views. One is to develop our armed forces so that we won't be taken very lightly by those near our borders. And that would include modernization that will in fact involve our alliances not only in the region but with the only mutual defense treaty ally that we have, and that is the United States. For example, in terms of weaponry, for example, we may wish to have missiles, mobile missiles in Palawan, so that if they are attacked, we can invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty, because that will be an attack on Philippine metropolitan territory as provided for in the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and the Philippines. There are many platforms available now that are very agile, very mobile, and I don't intend to defeat China. That's impossible. But I think if we can bloody them enough that they would hesitate to look at us in a very condescending manner, I think we are capable of procuring the desired equipment. The other side of the coin of my suggestion is to continue with our diplomatic engagements. But I think diplomacy has a limit. When push comes to shove, I think it is your strength that will show in the end. For example, mischief reef and the other
Scarborough Shoal, Ambassador.
Scarborough Shoal are not with us anymore. And I think until we as a nation can recover those two features we cannot restore the status quo ante. And that's very sad for the Republic.
I share your sadness about that, Ambassador, and I share in your patriotic feelings or national feelings about this. Of course, I would be the last to want to ask our armed forces to bloody China's nose enough. Because I would be the last to ask our compatriots in the armed forces uh, to open fire. So I leave it to the armed forces and to those of you who have served honorably in our armed forces to really lead in the continuous modernization of our armed forces. And I commit as one of the legislators here this morning to continue to support our diplomatic efforts, aside, of course, from the modernization of the armed forces, but to continue to support our diplomatic engagements. Because indeed, although war is diplomacy by other means, on the other hand, diplomacy is also war by other means, and we can maximize our efforts on the non-violent, non-bloody side, but showing that strength that I fully agree with the good ambassador is important for us to project not only to those who are stealing our territory, whether on land or at sea, but also projecting that strength to and with our allies, and rejecting any condescension, let alone continued stealing of our territories, especially now in the oceans. Thank you so much for those inputs, Ambassador Calonge. And I wonder, sir, if at least two of your colleagues would also like to add to your thoughts. I note here in the profiles, for example, that Career Minister Robert Borge um, uh, was commended for successfully negotiating the agreed joint statement, which contained India's support for the peaceful resolution of the West Philippine Sea dispute, and also that Career Minister Evangeline Ducroc was credited for capably representing the Philippine government, specifically in matters involving the West Philippine Sea dispute, the Scarborough Shoal standoff, and others. So, if Ambassador Colongo would be kind enough just to ascertain whether either of these two other ambassadors would like to add their thoughts on my question, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe later we'll have to
Yes, Mr.
dispose
Chairman.
muna ito,
Yes,
later
Mr. Chairman.
when they are
Thank
called
you.
to the front seat. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I stand corrected. Maraming salamat po muli, Ambassador Calonge. Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Is there any motion in favor of Ambassador Calonge? Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Generoso de Guzman Calone as Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq.
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion properly seconded to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Generoso de Guzman Calonge as Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Congratulations in
Thank
advance.
you very much. Thank you.
May we now call Ambassador De Vega? Yes, Ambassador, if you have any introductory statement, please.
Magandang umaga po, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Commission on Appointments. I come before you today and wish to thank you for the privilege of appearing once again before the Commission on Appointments. Having been nominated as the Philippine Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea, This month, March, marks a very important period of time for Philippine-Korean relations. We are commemorating 72 years of diplomatic relations with the Republic of Korea. When we recognized Korea in 1949, one of the first 5 countries to do so. Just last week, the BRP Antonio Luna, which is part of Philippine-Korea Defense Cooperation, was commissioned by the Philippine Navy. Korea is in the top 5 partners of the Philippines in terms of investments, trade, bilateral trade, and tourism arrivals, and official development assistance. We continue to have very strong people-to-people exchanges, and I stand before the committee with the commitment to continue to propel Philippines-Korea relations forward and to have more robust engagement as we both navigate our way towards a new normal due to the pandemic. Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Thank you. The nominee is now ready to respond to any comment or question from the members of the committee. Wala yata. Suki na rin kayo dito, Ambassador. So, yes, congratulations in
Mr. Chair.
advance. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Senator Bongo, I'm sorry. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my sincere and utmost gratitude to the 51 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs whose ad interim appointments will be confirmed and 5 nominations given consent to before us this morning for their amazing contributions and untiring service to the Filipino nation and to the advancement of our country's independent foreign policy. And of course, would like to express my support for the nomination of Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega, Chief of Mission Plus 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea. Kapatid po ito ni Secretary Vince Dizon, kaya pala, Mr. Chairman, so okay na to rito. Anyway, particularly let me make of record my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Career Minister Robert Eric Borge, Chief Presidential Protocol and Presidential Assistant on Foreign Affairs. From humble beginnings as a son of a soldier and a barangay captain, he rose through the ranks as a career diplomat and has come a long way, having received numerous accolades from his youth to today. Career Minister Borges demonstrated uncommon commitment and service to the country, especially during this pandemic. Hindi na nga yan natutulog, kahit nasa emergency room, nagte-text pa daw yun sa team niya at other offices. Among his many significant achievements was the successful repatriation of hundreds of distressed OFWs in September of last year, when he was designated as the special envoy for the repatriation and goodwill mission aimed at assessing the condition of overseas Filipino workers in Beirut, Lebanon, where he has secured numerous pardons for our OFWs jailed thereat. He continues to assist our OFWs across the globe and works tirelessly towards securing advantageous diplomatic relations with other countries. As Chief of Presidential Protocol and Presidential Assistant on Foreign Affairs, Career Minister Borges led the coordination of the Office of the President in the preparation of the 32 state and official visits of the President, as well as the 11 state and official visits of the Philippines of foreign leaders. He has instituted the processes to improve the Office of the Presidential Protocol's operations and personnel capabilities through the development of manuals and regular trainings. Also, I am witness to career Minister Borges' service and dedication in the last couple of years, and for that I am grateful and would like to commend you for all your hard work. Pwede ka na sigurong ma-promote to ambassador level. Also, I fully support the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of Foreign Service Officer Class 1 J. Francis Alcantara, Acting Director, Internal Audit Service, DFA, Foreign Service Officer Class 1 Melvin Almonguera, Consul Philippine Consulate General, Chicago, Illinois, USA, Foreign Service Class 1 Therese Cantada, Special Assistant Office of the Secretary, DFA, and Alfonso Ver, Chief of Mission Class 1. Further, I would like to express my support for the nominations of Ambassador Maria Algabre, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador to the Republic of Turkey, with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia, and Ambassador Alan Deniega as Ambassador to the People's Republic of Bangladesh, and with the concurrent jurisdiction over Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, and of course, Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega. Before I end, and also all nandito po na mga ad interim and nominations, I please expect my full support, not only on your nomination, sa lahat po ng inyong trabaho. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Before I recognize the Majority Leader for his motion, the Chair would like to apologize to Kerwin Orville Casano Tate. I pronounced your last name earlier as Tate. I'm sorry. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent the nomination of Ambassador Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega as Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea.
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion properly seconded to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega as Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May we now call Ambassador Isleta. Sige po, ma'am, for your introductory statement, if any.
Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission of Appointments, honorable members of the committee, dear colleagues in service to the nation, colleagues in the DFA. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I'm very honored to be able to appear before this body for its consideration of my nomination as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of, to the Republic of Sweden and also to Finland. I have served and appeared actually before this body previously in my previous appointments as AEP to the Laos People's Democratic Republic as well as to the Republic of Indonesia. For this particular nomination, I am very excited and looking forward to serve and promote deepened cooperation between our country and those two countries of Sweden and Finland. I am very encouraged about the potential for expanding our cooperation and engagement. This is because of the fact that even these two countries are also very much enthusiastic about bilateral cooperation with the Philippines. This is very much evident in the reopening of their diplomatic missions here in Manila. Sweden was gone for about 8 years before it reopened. And just last year, Finland reopened its embassy here in Manila as well. I think the diplomatic presence of their embassies speaks a lot about the potential that they see for increased bilateral engagement. But apart from the diplomatic representation that we see I think quite obvious also is the number of businesses that have taken, that have established here in the Philippines. Of course, just around the corner, the ubiquitous blue and yellow building, which is IKEA, they are now set to open, if not this year, then next year. It is going to be the largest IKEA branch outside of Sweden. And also, of course, for Finland, we have had long engagements with their Nokia companies as well as other companies. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I look forward to even establishing deeper and more enhanced cooperation between our country and these two countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. The nominee is now ready to respond to any comment or question from the members. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, before I make the motion, may I just ask the nominee one question?
Please proceed.
Ambassador Maria Lumen Banson Isleta. I can't help it but recognize the names Banson and Isleta. How are you related to the famous basketball player of Ateneo de Manila by the name of Banson? And also, I had a schoolmate in the Ateneo by the surname of Isleta, the son of General Isleta. Are you related to any of those family names?
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, the Isletas, we are related since my father is a cousin of the general. And of course, Chad and the other children are, well, cousins of mine. For the Bansons, I'm not specifically familiar with this person you mentioned, but if they're from Bataan, then for sure we're related. Thank you, sir.
They are from Bataan. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Lumen Banson Isleta as Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Sweden in concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Finland. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congratulations, Madam Ambassador. We'll now proceed to the fourth nominee, Ambassador Algabre. Please take the front seat. Yes, you may now proceed with your introductory statement, Madam Ambassador.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I would like to thank the honorable members of this committee for granting me this opportunity to appear before you on my nomination. I am a career employee of the Department of Foreign Affairs who joined this organization as a contractual coterminous employee. I am presently assigned at the Philippine Embassy in Oslo as the Deputy Head of Mission and Consul General. With the recent retirement of our esteemed ambassador, I have also taken the position of a Chargé d'Affaires ad interim. My previous posting were in the Philippine Embassy in Brussels and in the Philippine Embassy in Vienna. Should I merit the approval of this committee on my nomination, the Philippine Embassy in Ankara will be my first post as an ambassador. I intend to build on the achievements and momentum generated by my predecessors, work with my DFA colleagues and other government agencies, as well as with all relevant parties to deepen and expand the dynamic relations of the Philippines with the Republic of Turkey, in which cooperation has been expanding in various fields, from Turkey's unwavering support to the efforts of the government for the sustainable peace and development of Muslim Mindanao, to the modernization of our armed forces, as well as to the growing links in trade, investment, and tourism. I also intend to work with all relevant parties for the enhancement of our relations with the countries of Azerbaijan and Georgia. Thank you very much, Your Honors. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Magandang umaga.
Are there any comments or questions from the members? Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Elena Palo Algabre as Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. Thank you. Congratulations, Ambassador. Now, Ambassador Deniega, please occupy the front seat. Go ahead po with your introductory statement.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Thank you for the privilege of appearing before you, Your Honors. My name is Alan Deniega. I am presently the Consul General in our Philippine Embassy in Ottawa. My postings before Canada were in Belgium, Singapore, and Japan. If I obtain your confirmation, and this is my first, if ever, ambassadorial posting, I'll be happy to return to Asia once again because I believe this is where much of the action would be in this century. It has been said that geography is destiny. This is not completely true, but it's still largely true. We thus have to prepare the Philippines for the next 10 or 20 years. Bangladesh has an image of being a basket case, but not anymore. Not too many people know that Bangladesh achieved the highest GDP growth just before the pandemic hit, reaching 8%, which is higher than the Philippines, China, and even Vietnam. As my first ambassadorial posting, I'll be very happy and privileged to build on the great work that has been done by the previous ambassador, who is also with us today. I will mainly focus on ensuring the welfare of our Filipinos in the 3 jurisdictional countries. There are only around 500 Filipinos in Bangladesh, only around 500 also in Sri Lanka, but there are around 4,300 Filipinos working in the tourism industry in the Maldives. I'll be ensuring that their welfare would be seen as much as possible, despite the distances involved. The trade and investment with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka have been growing, but there's still much room for improvement. The trade balance is not in our favor when it comes to Bangladesh. An economic mission was sent there in 2019. I intend to build on the work of that economic mission. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ambassador. Any questions from the members? Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Alan Lazaro Deniega as Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the People's Republic of Bangladesh with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Republic of Maldives. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you. Is there any member who may wish to propound questions to any of the nominees and appointees present physically or virtually?
Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes,
want to ask a
Senator
question.
Cynthia Villar
Yes,
is
yes.
recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a personal question. I just want to ask if Rapunzel Aglipay Acop is here. She's listed. Is she physically present?
She's here, Your Honor.
I just want to ask her if she was the one who accompanied
Kindly.
me. Yes. Do
Please
you?
proceed to the front seat.
No, no.
For a
It's
while, Your Honor, we're calling her.
yeah. No, it's just a personal question. If she was the one who accompanied me to Valrhona Chocolate outside of Paris a few years back.
Yes, Madam Senator, I was the one who accompanied you.
I just want to inform you that I never forgot that trip. I'm very much appreciative of what you have done. We traveled, the two of us together, 600 kilometers away from Paris to see that chocolate factory. So thank you very much and congratulations. You will be given our approval today. Thank you very much.
Another question. How are you related to General Acop?
Sir, which one? Sir, which General Acop?
Reynaldo?
Yes, sir, he's my father.
I know. I hope my colleagues will not take it against you for asking because General Acop is my PMA classmate. Anyway, yes, Senator Rizal Tiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, while interpolating the good Ambassador Calonge, I mentioned, or Calonge, I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing his surname correctly. I mentioned that there are at least two other ambassadors here who have experience in the West Philippine Sea. And I just, before propounding a question on a different issue to another ambassador, I just like to ascertain, Mr. Chairman, if either Career Minister Robert Borge or Chief of Mission Evangeline Ducroc would like to also share some insights with this committee about the West Philippine Sea.
So can we now excuse Ms. Acop, Madam Senator?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations
Thank you.
in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Sino po yung tatawagin natin, Senator Risa?
Mr. Chairman, I'm really prepared to ask a different question of Foreign Service Officer Oliver Delfin, but if either Career Minister Robert Borge or Chief of Mission Evangeline Ducroc would like to answer my question on the West Philippine Sea, I would really appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Career Minister Borge, are you around? He's virtually present lang. Ano? Yes, you may propound your questions.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Risa.
Chairman. Opo, magandang umaga po, Career Minister Borge. Sir, nababasa ko po dito sa profile ninyo na you were commended in 2015 during the third meeting of the Philippines-India Joint Commission on Bilateral Cooperation for successfully negotiating the agreed joint statement which contained India's support for the peaceful resolution of the West Philippine Sea dispute, as well as India's agreement on the importance of safeguarding freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. So I wonder, sir, if you would wish to add to Ambassador Calonge's comments earlier about how our government should respond to the broader matter of the West Philippine Sea dispute and how we can better enforce our sovereign rights in that part of our territory, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Minister Borge, please respond. Yes, you are there. Yes, please.
Thank you very
respond.
much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Madam Senator. I thank you for that question because it's a question that is a responsibility of all career diplomats to really work on. And we are fortunate that we've been given full support by the Senate on the efforts of the Department of Foreign Affairs. In 2015, it was considered an accomplishment for our division then at the Office of Asian and Pacific Affairs, because we were seeking the support of India on our stand on the West Philippine Sea, and we were able to successfully do that. I think, Madam Senator, it emphasizes the importance of diplomacy in resolving and preventing any escalation of tensions. Your diplomats have been working very, very hard on capacitating ourselves, but there are many issues, if I may humbly suggest, that need to be addressed. Number
Yes,
one,
please.
it's not just an operational or a tactical issue. It's also an issue of strategic importance, and in which case I am in full agreement with the ambassador on his proposal to jumpstart or even hasten or facilitate the modernization of our military for maritime domain awareness. And I would want to say, Madam Senator, that diplomacy is the act of the possible. And it is incumbent upon us, diplomats, to work on all available channels. There are official channels, for example, the bilateral consultative mechanism between the Philippines and China, if and when there are any issues, any emerging issues rather, on the South China Sea. But we cannot do that alone. There needs to be support for human resource development in the Department of Foreign Affairs. The South China Sea issue is not likely to be resolved in a year or maybe even 6 years. So it is of strategic importance for the Philippines and for the Senate, if I may humbly say so, to support continuous development of our officers in terms of knowledge on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, as well as on other efforts to communicate
their career have had to or will have to face this issue. And it's not something that will go away in my generation, at least. The DFA has consistently and unequivocally asserted our sovereignty, our sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the West Philippine Sea. And we have also always articulated a principled position, which is grounded on international law and on the award that we obtained in 2016. We should continue to do this. We do have bilateral mechanisms, as Mr. Borge earlier raised, at some point, and I think probably the DFA does this. We have to periodically, in fact, frequently assess whether this bilateral consultative mechanism has achieved for us the gains that we expected to in a realistic way, so that we know how to move forward also bilaterally with China, which I think is important. We think that we can probably perform tasks in a vacuum, but this is not so. China is there, and it is there to stay. So it is a partner that we will have to work with over a very, very long period. Maybe on the measures going forward, besides what my colleagues had already earlier pointed out, I see two things that perhaps the legislative branch of government can also help us with. First, of course, they already mentioned maritime domain awareness. This covers, this also includes the AFP modernization, as well as emerging domains that we have to develop, for example, space, cyber, and cooperation with partners that we thought were not really that we thought were not really partners, but in fact can be our very productive partners. The second would be probably development of the blue economy. The blue economy does not only cover the economic part, it also covers, I think, parts of what the maritime domain awareness covers, which is, for example, technological support that will help us gain the benefits of having such a huge maritime domain around us. So this blue economy means also the development of an entire ecosystem that will support not only the coastal population, but even the groups that are able to that can benefit from the economic, technological, military, perhaps even political developments that we put in place so that we can see not only an increase in our GDP, but also a sense of well-being, as we say in Ambition Natin 2040, that we will live a secure life and well-rooted life. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyo, Chief of Mission Ducroc, especially for, I think, your very wise reiteration to us that taking a strategic viewpoint, we have to look towards approaching, reaching in a way, a negotiated peace in the West Philippine Sea through both multilateral and bilateral work, including that bilateral work with China, who definitely, as the Middle Kingdom, is not ever going to go away. So we really have to figure out a way to live with her as a mutually respectful neighbor in our region. Also, ma'am, thank you for your highlighting the blue economy, not talked about for a very long time, but more and more so now, and with very good reason, and your emphasis on well-being as not just GDP, although that is important, but the well-being we're working towards within that important framework of the Ambition Natin 2040. So maraming salamat po sa inyo, ma'am. Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the chair would like to acknowledge the physical presence of the chairman of the Committee on National Defense, Congressman John Ferrer. Good morning, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I ask one last question of one last ambassador?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or rather of Foreign Service Officer 1, Oliver Delfin.
Are you around? Yes, please proceed to the seat in front.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, sir, Mr. Chairman, this question is also relevant to 4 others here this morning. Chief of Mission Rally Tejada, Chief of Mission Alfonso Ver, Chief of Mission Maria Angela Ponce, and Career Minister Maria Al Gamble, I'm sorry. But perhaps in the interest of time, since the chairman
That's Gamble, Your Honor. You're correct.
Gamble. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took a gamble, but I was wrong. Thank you. I stand corrected. And I do apologize for the mispronunciation, Career Minister Gamble. I note that the chairman noted already the presence of National Defense Committee Chair Ferrer. So in the interest of time, rather, perhaps I will ask this question about our anti-trafficking efforts, at least to FSO1 Delfin. Sir, based on your records, you were lauded for expanding and strengthening the Philippine Embassy's network with police, immigration, NGOs, and pro bono lawyers for the protection of Filipinos in Singapore. You were also cited for lobbying with local legislators for the passage of specific anti-human trafficking laws. You were likewise cited for your significant contributions to the signing of the agreement between the Post and the University of Antwerp to provide free legal advice to distressed Filipinos and for facilitating seminars on Philippine and Belgian laws on family matters and those against human trafficking. So, sir, could you please share with this committee your experience and best practices in your dealings for lobbying with local legislators for the passage of specific anti-human trafficking laws? And lastly, how do you think that our posts should respond to requests for assistance, specifically from Filipinos who are victims of trafficking? Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Senator. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Committee on Appointments. As a Foreign Service officer in Singapore and in Brussels, I was very active in cultivating personal relations, professional and personal relations with the law enforcement agents. And thanks also to my predecessors in Singapore and Brussels, who have established good and excellent relations with not just the law enforcement agencies, but also with civil society in those cities. It is always a good practice to scout for people who are champions of issues like issues against human trafficking and abuse to foreign workers. And I was lucky enough in Singapore because we had excellent relations already with Singapore agencies, especially the Singapore Police Force. And in fact, it was just a matter of texting and sending or calling the police officers in Singapore just to provide assistance to Filipinos in distress. In Brussels, I was lucky to have the assistance of Belgian nationals who married Filipino nationals in Belgium, also provided assistance to the embassy. And of course, it is also a good practice to network with champions, especially universities, pro bono lawyers, and civil society groups in your area of jurisdiction. A lot of things can be done for our Filipinos abroad. It's one of the three pillars of the Philippine foreign policy, and the service done to our Filipinos abroad can never be complete also without the help of our agencies in the Philippines. And for that, I wish to thank the Department of Justice for the help provided to us in Singapore and Brussels in protecting and promoting the rights and interests of Filipinos who are subjected to human trafficking and other abuses. Thank you, Madam Senator.
Salamat din po, FSO1 Delphine, at maraming salamat sa inyong nagawa na at tiyak ko gagawin nyo pang tulong sa ating mga OFWs bilang bahagi ng inyong patuloy na diplomatic work para sa ating bansa. Mabuhay po kayo. Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I hope that moving forward, I and all of us can continue to work with Chief of Mission Tejada, Chief of Mission Ver, Chief of Mission Ponce, and Career Minister Gamble in our ongoing work to crack down on human trafficking, to bring justice to victim survivors of trafficking among our Filipino nationals, especially our Filipino women, and also bring to the bar of justice the perpetrators of human trafficking against Filipinos and other nationals around the world. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chairman, at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Yes, duly noted. Thank you, Senator Rizon Tiveros. If there are no more questions from any of the members of the committee, may I now call on the majority leader for his omnibus motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of all the remaining appointees in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chair.
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is hereby approved.
Mr. Chairman, there being no other matters to discuss,
Yeah,
I move to adjourn.
yes,
Further.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with all due
Yes,
respect.
the Honorable Teddy Boy Locsin is recognized. Yes, sir.
Yes, just a small addendum. One is first, I'd like to thank Senator Tiveros for bringing up the abuses of that's occurred in Syria. As you know, we have taken action, but you have to keep investigating that because all in those dangerous places, sometimes we miss it. And we can't afford to let that happen. The second one is this. While diplomacy is the art of the possible, it cannot be just that. It is also the practice of right and the enforcement by power, such power as we have. If our rights depended only on our ability to fight back, then we wouldn't have any rights anymore. But in fact, it is not so much how strong we are, but how right we are. And the fact also that along with international law, the arbitral award, is the fact that although we may not have at the moment the military means to even give a bloody nose, we do have a mutual defense treaty which says very clearly, and it's been explained by Secretary Pompeo and Secretary of State Blinken after him, that any attack on a Philippine vessel, however small, as long as it is a government vessel, like a Coast Guard, is an attack on the United States and triggers the Mutual Defense Treaty. And believe me, that response is, shall I say, global. And that lies within our power. We must have the courage to go where probably we will not be able to go back from. Because if you don't send that message to the other side, then they will just keep trenching and trenching and trenching on our territory, and then our sense of nationhood dies. Thank you very much, good senators, and thank you so much for taking care of the career. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary Teddy Boy Locsin.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Rizon Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly for the record, in addition to this representation's publicly stated support for the DFA's diplomatic protest to China about the situation now in Julian Felipe Reef, maraming salamat din po sa DFA dun sa pag-take note kaagad ng mga kaso nga po ng human trafficking ng mga kababayan natin, mga kabaro namin sa Syria. The Secretary Locsin immediately referred this matter to our wonderful Charge d'Affaires Versosa in Damascus. She immediately took action about this, and because of DFA's assistance to our Senate Committee on Women, two of the three women who sent their audio files, according to Charge d'Affaires Versosa, will be on their way home safe and sound within 2 weeks. Also, DFA USEC Ariola said that for the third woman that the DFA will be facilitating the buyout of her contract just to be able to rescue her from her situation and bring her home. So maraming salamat po sa department, kay Sec Locsin, kay Charge d'Affaires Versosa for these actions, which we look forward to continuously in the future in partnership with the other executive departments, including the Department of Justice and attached agencies like the National Bureau of Investigation. So maraming salamat po. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Congressman Almario, Majority Leader.
There's a previous motion, Mr. Chairman, motion to adjourn this meeting.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn this meeting.
On motion of the Majority Floor Leader, duly, well, there's no second. You know. There being no objection,
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. The meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much.
FA officials attending online, please stay in the WebEx meeting room, but in the meantime, turn off your video until the plenary session. Thank you.
Under consideration of the committee today is the resumption of the consideration of ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy Perolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño. May we invite Commissioner Amy P. Perolino Ampolocchio to take the seat in front. And the appointee is reminded that she is still under oath, and the chair acknowledges the physical presence of the spokesperson of COMELEC and Director 4 of the Education Information Department, Director James B. Jimenez, and Deputy Executive Director for Operation, Attorney Chopisto Elnas Jr. of COMELEC. Queries from any members concerning the COMELEC may likewise be directed to our resource person. Majority Floor Leader is recognized to report on the parliamentary status.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices held a hearing on March 10, 2020, during the second regular session of the 18th Congress to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy Perolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño. The Minority Floor Leader, Senator Drilon, Senator Lacson, and the Chair, Senator Villar, directed questions and queries to the appointee. The questions and queries touch on the ongoing voter registration being undertaken by the COMELEC, as well as its programs and projects to maximize voter registration. In particular, the appointee was asked to provide data and information regarding the current number of new registrants, voter registration target accomplishments, existing voter registration infrastructure and equipment, and on plans to improve the voter registration turnout. Due to lack of material time, however, there being set questions still to be asked by the Minority Floor Leader and a number of members manifesting to ask questions to the appointee, the committee suspended the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy Ampolocchio, Commissioner of the COMELEC, for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al Pareño. For now, Madam Chair, that is the parliamentary status.
Okay. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. The appointee is now ready to respond to any comment or questions from the members. The Minority Floor Leader, Senator Drilon, is recognized to continue his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our Majority Leader. Madam Chair, before I raise a few issues on the nominee, first let me spread into the record my commendation to the COMELEC for the successful and peaceful turnout in the recent electoral exercise regarding a plebiscite on the splitting of the Palawan into 3 provinces. From news reports, anywhere from 60 to 70% voters turnout was witnessed by an electoral exercise of a plebiscite, which ordinarily would not even command a majority of the voters going to the polls. In this particular case, at about 60 to 70% voted in this political exercise. Madam Chair, I attribute this widespread participation on the issue due to the Number one, information campaign conducted by the COMELEC and by the civil society groups. And number two, the active grassroots campaigning done, which placed into the consciousness of the Palaweños the importance of participating in the electoral process. And it is in this context, Madam Chair, that my questions on the need for a higher registration should be understood. The more there are registrants, the more we are able to register, the greater will be the chance that the results will truly reflect the views of the majority of our population. In this particular case of the plebiscite in Palawan, the Palaweños spoke and the political leadership respected that decision because of the participation and credible electoral exercise that we went through. And before I proceed any further, let me also spread into the record my commendation to the political leadership led by Governor Jose Pepito Alvarez for doing his share in immediately conceding once the results were clear, immediately conceding to the results of the process, which greatly established the stability in the province. Madam Chair, the present surge in the pandemic and the COVID-19 is an additional challenge to the COMELEC. It is natural today that our people will be reluctant to go to the registration centers. and therefore, there is need for extra effort on the COMELEC in order to capture as many registrants as possible. And it is in that context that I'm raising these questions because of the need to register more of our people. To our nominee, Commissioner Ampolocchio, you have given the opportunity in the past several weeks to check on the data in response to the questions that I have raised. We have given you every opportunity. The past 3 weeks should have given you an opportunity to go over the data and give us the more accurate answers. And I'm glad that you have technical assistance today of your fellow workers in the COMELEC. So, for the record, and so that we can be clearly informed, I'd like you to answer the following questions. Number one, what is the universe of the unregistered voters as of the end of the year, both new voters and reactivated voters? I repeat, give us the universe of the unregistered potential voters, both those who have acquired voting age, have reached voting age, and number two, those who have to re-register. Number two, what is your target at the end of the registration period, which is September 30, 2021? That's about 6 months from now. I would like to hear a specific program or the specific targets that you have. Number three, we are already 1 quarter into 2021. Where are we today in terms of the number of registrations from the universe of potential voters that we have? Fourth question, can you place on the record the special programs, if any, that the COMELEC has formulated in view of this challenge that confronts the COMELEC to register the eligible voters, given the difficulty of the registration process due to the fears of the pandemic. We wish to advise the good nominee that we will be checking on these answers again when we hear the budget of the COMELEC for 2022. Can we have the answers of the good commissioner on those questions that we raised, Madam Chair?
We call on our commissioner to answer the questions.
Good morning, Your Honors. Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honors, I would like to humbly apologize for the confusion in the last hearing. Thank you for this chance to clarify those figures. For the record, we anticipate the registration of 4 million new voters. This data was based on the PSA data of those turning 18 on 2022. To date, we have 2,093,712 new registrants that were already filed at our offices. As such, out of the 4 million, we expect 1,906,288 remaining registrants to file on or before September 30. As of the last 4 weeks, Your Honor, since we extended our voting hours, there was an increase in the number of applicants. There was a 46.35 increase in the registration turnout, Your Honor. So we have 650,000 more registrants coming in. But since there's a restriction right now, so we expect a slowdown, but we will get back on track as soon as the restrictions are lifted. The initiatives that we have conducted are as follows. So we are requesting the Office of the President for the approval of a voter registration month. This will galvanize the local government units and other national agencies or partner agencies and other stakeholders to double the registration efforts. Different agencies are also helping our office to promote registration. Our election officers in the field, on their own initiative, conduct voter registration campaign. They attend meetings when allowed by the LGU. They go to the barangays. They give out free face masks, free face shields, and they conduct raffles or rewards for those who come in early for registration. Before the suspension of registration due to the pandemic, there were satellite registrations and mall registrations in the mall registrations. For the deactivated voters, Your Honor, we expect around 3 million to register before until September 30, 2021. That is all, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that, Madam Nominee. Can I just have clarifications? First, are you saying that the total number of registrants, the universe of the registrants that are being targeted is 4 million only? In other words, if we are able to register 4 million until September 30, 2021, we have registered all the eligible voters?
Yes, Your Honor. For those who are turning 18, the universe is 4 million, Your Honor, and we have already registered more than 2 million, Your Honor.
Yes. Is the 4 million, you understand what total universe means? Meaning those who are reaching voters' age and those who would have to re-register as they have failed to vote in the last two elections. So this is the universe that I'm talking of. So ilan po ito?
7 milyon. 4 plus 3.
Hindi ko alam eh. Because may
Including-
sinabi rin po siya na 3 milyon na dapat will have to re-register. So hindi ko po, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Because we have not been clarified on this for the last several hearings that we've had. The nominee could not give an accurate number. That's why we kept on asking and re-asking this. And that's why, again, I would ask, what is the universe that we are talking about, consisting of two classes? Number one, those who will reach voters' age by the time the election in May comes. And number two, those who are supposed to re-register as a consequence of their failure to vote in the last two elections. So, Madam Commissioner, what is the total of these two groups of potential voters?
The total number, Your Honor, is 7 million. 4 million for turning 18 and 3 million for reactivation.
So, yeah, that's what I was trying to recall. 7 million. 4 million for new voters. 7 million. 4 million for new voters. And 3 million for re-registration. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so now we have 7 million is the universe, consisting of 4 million new voters and 3 million for re-registration. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Now, so what is our target by September 31? How many of these 7 million would be registered? Because this is the potential, this is the number of voters who would need to register. What is our target of the 7 million? How many do we intend to register?
We
Or do we
intend to
target
register. Yes, Your Honor. We intend to register 100% of this target, Your Honor.
In other words, you intend to register 7 million more from
Yes, Your
what
Honor.
we were. All right. Okay, I will hold you to that. And how many registered eligible voters would we have come May 2022 election?
Ano question?
Total number of voters, Your Honor.
Yes, total number of registered voters that we will have, given your 100% target for the new voters and the re-registered voters. How many registered voters will we have by the May 2022 election?
Around 58 million voters, Your Honor.
58 million voters. 58 million voters is what we will have by May of 2021. All right. Now, you said that we will register 100%. of the 7 million unregistered voters. So, where are we today? Ilan na po ba doon sa 7 milyon na ating tinatarget? Ilan na po ang ating narehistro?
Your Honor, we have already registered 2,093,000, Your Honor.
2,093,000
Yes, Your Honor.
For the
Alright.
new, for the, ano,
of the 7 million.
of the 4.
No,
Of
no,
the
no.
four, of the 4 million who will turn 18, Your Honor.
Okay. So all the 7 million would be from new voters?
No, 3 million out of the 4.
That's not what we're trying to clarify, ma'am. All right, I will repeat. You're saying that as of today, you have already registered 2,093,000
Of the 4 million.
I do not know if it's of the 4 million or of the 7 million. That
4
is what we're
million.
trying. How ilan ba, Madam Commissioner? Is it 2 million of 7 or 2 million of 4?
2 million of 4, Your Honor.
2 million of 4. So that's 50% of the new voters already registered.
Yes,
Roughly.
more than 50%, Your Honor.
All right. And so there are yet no re-registration that has happened for those who failed to vote in the last 2 electoral exercises. Is that correct?
There are reactivations filed at the office, Your Honor.
Ilan po yan?
300,000 reactivated voters, Your Honor.
300,000 reactivated voters. So you're still talking of a balance that's just about 10% of the of the re-registered voters out of the 3 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, so we are saying that we have now new registrants of 2 million.
Dead siguro yung iba.
And the 300,000. So
Dead
roughly,
yun.
you
Dead.
have 2.4.
Difference.
Sorry, you have 2.4 million out of the 7 million target. 2.4 million that were registered. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Commissioner? 2.4 million out of the 7 million.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's okay. How do you? Okay, we have barely 6 months, and we are in the middle of a resurgence of the pandemic. How do you propose to hasten the registration of 4.6 million voters in the next 6 months? Are there any specific programs that you have in place?
Yes, Your Honor. We were proposing a voter registration month to further intensify our campaign for for applicants to register, Your Honor. And the election officers are conducting information drives in their respective areas of responsibilities, Your Honor. And if I may, Your Honor, the previous results in the extended registration hours are very encouraging, Your Honor, since there is an increase of 46.35 in our turnout, Your Honor. So we believe that when we resume the registration, we can reach our target, Your Honor.
Okay, so you propose an executive order declaring a registration month in order, I assume, to encourage and get the support of the other agencies for the registration campaign, and you would have information drives. We leave it at that, and as I said, we will be checking on these activities, registration activities. When your budget comes before the Senate, this should be sometime during the third or fourth quarter. Now, how many? Let's get to some little detail. How many registration centers do you have, Madam Commissioner?
We have more than 1,488 offices of the election officers, Your Honor, plus offices of the city election officers, Your Honor. So that's about around 1,600, more or less, Your Honor. Aside from the satellite registrations and mall registrations, that will be 689 satellite registrations that will be conducted, Your Honor. And this number will increase as soon as the suspension is lifted, Your Honor.
All right. So you just again, so I can easily understand it. You have 1,600 COMELEC offices in the various LGUs or local or political subdivisions, and you intend to put up 689 satellite offices. Is that a correct understanding, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. But the number of satellite registrations will increase, Your Honor, as soon as the suspension is lifted, because we can conduct more satellite registrations when it is already approved to go to the barangays, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for that. And how are your election officers equipped? Are they sufficiently equipped for purposes of registration? First, what are the equipments that they have? So, what are the equipments that they have to hasten the registration?
They only need the registration machines, Your Honor, their computers, the signature pads, and the camera, Your Honor.
Computers, signature cards,
Signature pad, Your Honor.
signature tabs, and cameras. Okay. And you have this equipment in sufficient numbers at the registration centers.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is no need to augment them.
As of this time, Your Honor, no. We have sufficient registration machines, Your Honor.
And therefore, how many voters or registrants do you register in an ordinary working day per registration center, including those satellites? Can you give us an idea? Ilan ba itong
Yes, Your Honor. Depending on the office, Your Honor, per machine, meaning per registration machine, we can cater up to 70 registrants per day, Your Honor. This is on a normal working hour. However, if we will extend our registration hours, this number will rise, Your Honor. There are offices with more than several registration machines, Your Honor.
And on the basis of 70 registrants per day, with 2,200 or 2,300 registration centers, you are confident that you will be able to register and re-register a total of 7 million eligible voters by September 30, 2021. For the
Yes,
record?
Your Honor.
Okay. So we will have a basis for reviewing the performance of the COMELEC when the budget comes before this Senate. Now, we leave it at that, and just a few more items. There are pending bills in the Senate which seeks to depart from a fully automated registration to a hybrid. Now, so the first question I ask Madam Commissioner is, you are the provincial election supervisor of which province? Davao.
Del Norte, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Davao.
Del Norte. Davao del Norte, Your Honor.
Norte. Davao del Norte. And during the election of 2016, it is reasonable to assume that President Duterte won in Davao del Norte.
In 2016, Your Honor.
Yeah,
No,
2016.
I was not yet the provincial supervisor in Davao del Norte at that time, Your Honor. I was assigned in another municipality.
In 2016, where were you posted?
In Digos City, Your Honor.
In Digos City, all right. In Digos City. You were the city election supervisor and had responsibility over the election in Digos City. Is that correct,
Yes, Your
ma'am?
Honor.
No.
Yes, Your Honor. City election officer, Your Honor.
Okay. Just for the record, you were fully automated in Digos City at that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, on to the first best of your recollection, how many votes did President Duterte garner in Digos City?
I cannot recall the
Just
exact number, Your
approximate.
Honor, but
I will not hold
he
you.
won by
Yeah,
a considerable margin, Your Honor.
yeah. Just very, just on your recollection, how how much was the percentage vote that how much of the votes cast?
Alam ko tanungin mo nga, Villanueva and Risa. Parang dalawa yun.
So can we now have, okay, my question is, out of a 100% votes cast, ilang porsyento po ang bumoto para kay Presidente Duterte dun po sa Digos City? Just, I will not hold you to it, but just give us a ballpark figure. 90%, 95%, whatever. Ilan po?
Maybe around 60% of the voters who cast their votes, Your Honor. I am not sure of the figure, Your Honor. Maybe around 60% of the votes cast.
50% of
60,
the
Your
votes.
Honor.
Huh?
Around 60% of the votes cast.
60% of the votes cast was cast in favor of President Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you say for the record that this is an accurate result of the voting in Digos City?
Of the vote of the automated elections.
Just the fact. You can say that roughly 60% really voted for the president in Digos City.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is, to your assessment, an honest reflection of the will of the people of Digos City. Tama po itong boto ni Presidente.
Yes, Your Honor.
Walang daya, walang diferensya.
No, Your Honor. None.
Clean.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And you did not see anything wrong with an automated voting in Digos City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, given that, would you recommend, first, are you aware of the proposed hybrid voting being proposed?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And can you describe, spread into the record, your understanding, please, Madam Commissioner?
I understand that the proposed hybrid elections will be both using the manual and the automated modes, Your Honor, in which the manual will be done in the counting at the precinct level and the transmission will be automated, Your Honor.
Uh, it is not fair for me to ask you what you feel about this, but just on the basis of actual experience in Vigo City in 2016, you have no reason to doubt on the authenticity and correctness of the votes gotten by President Duterte, which you said is roughly 60%. Would you agree with that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree.
Okay. Can I have a 1 minute recess, Madam Chair? Just 1 minute. 1 minute recess. On the whatever on the recommendation of the committee to the plenary. We're ready to vote. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader. We will now hear from questions from Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, ma'am, to the nominee. Just have a few issues that I'd like to raise, ma'am.
Tinanong mo kung si
First of
Risa.
all, I was looking at your career record and you were a law practitioner since 2011 to 2019. Is that a correct statement, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you were an election officer for, what type of legal practice did you engage in during this period? I mean, what kinds of cases did you handle? Did you handle election cases, ma'am?
No, Your Honor, because it's prohibited, Your Honor. I only accept just a few civil and some criminal cases, Your Honor.
Okay, civil and criminal cases. Ma'am, I encountered some letters from a group of teachers, no, and I was requested to raise this in today's deliberation. There were reports wherein you were quoted as saying, and I quote, "It's either they are forgetful or they are stupid," referring to the teachers who operated PCOS machines. The teachers who work as board of election inspectors complained that the machines had problems, no, in operating the machines due to, I don't know, glitches or technical problems. Well, in short, the teachers were complaining and asking for public apology, and the matter was settled when then COMELEC Davao Regional Director Wilfred Balisado apologized on your behalf. Just to put on record, ma'am, what prompted you to make that statement?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, what came out in the reports was not an accurate narration of the events that transpired, Your Honor. It was taken out of context and it went out of hand. There was no intention to malign, to degrade the educators, Your Honor, since I come from a family of educators, Your Honor. My very own father was an educator. So it was not what was intended, but it was, I was asked why some procedures were not followed despite the trainings that we had. It is never a description of the teachers who were serving in the elections, Your Honor. We have already talked about that matter before the elections, and we reconciled. We moved on, Your Honor. So it was already a matter that is resolved, Your Honor.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying that, because that would really greatly affect my decision to confirm or reject the nominee. And also for the record, my parents, both my mom and my dad, are public school teachers. And so I wanted that to be clarified. Ma'am, what measures should be put in place to ensure that teachers, for example, those acting as BEIs, have the proper training on the handling of voting machines? Do you think, Commissioner, that short training is already sufficient, or do we need to require as a baseline, for instance, that all BEIs should have a working knowledge or some type of proficiency with regard to handling computers?
Your Honor, the electoral boards, comprised mostly of teachers, will be trained, Your Honor. There will be trainings to equip them with the basic knowledge on how to operate the VCMs, Your Honor. It's not required that they be techies, so to speak, but it's enough that at least one or a majority of them knows how to operate the VCM, Your Honor.
My question, ma'am, sorry to interrupt. My question is, right now, currently, do we have enough measures to say that everything is in place, and we can absolutely confidently can say that our teachers are well trained and they know what to do, or you need some adjustments, ma'am?
Most of the teachers who will be assigned during the elections, Your Honor, are those teachers who have already served in the previous elections. We see to it that not all are newbies in the precinct. So we are confident that with just a few more trainings, they will be able to discharge their functions effectively, Your Honor.
Perhaps the question would be, Madam Commissioner, what amendments do you plan to institute, if there's any, to prevent similar occurrences from happening in the future, ma'am?
Similar lapses, you're talking about similar lapses,
Yes.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Um,
In handling machines, yes.
the prior lapses were done because they are newbies. So it's a relatively new technology that they will use. With the several automated elections that we had, we are confident that we will just need to refresh them with the operation. And if there are enhancements to the operations, it will not be very difficult for them to follow. So we have videos to educate them that they can view from time to time. We have manuals, Your Honor, and we have quick guides to assist them in case they miss some of the steps in operating the VCMs, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, one last issue that I'd like to raise in this deliberation. Ma'am, you were an election assistant in the 90s, back when we were still doing manual elections, no? And in your experience, do you think that manual elections are more prone to cheating, tampering, or dagdag bawas as compared to automated elections? Just to place on record, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have both experienced the manual and the automated elections. Both have advantages and disadvantages. In the manual, it takes a longer time. Therefore, it would open up opportunities for uh, either parties. But in the automated elections, it's quite faster. But on the part of the COMELEC, Your Honor, we are okay with either manual or automated or hybrid, Your Honor, since our main function is the COMELEC is to implement whatever laws that will be passed by Congress, Your Honor.
But ma'am, I wanted to to get your views on this. There's no, I mean, some of us might agree with you, some of us might not agree with you, but I wanted to get your views on this based on your experience. Is there, for example, a need to return, to change our election system to a hybrid one, manual, purely computerized? Do you think it would be a good idea to revert manual voting of the hybrid system?
Your
I
Honor,
can give my
whatever.
own point of view, but I'm asking you as a nominee of the Commission on Elections, ma'am.
Your Honor, if I am to think of the convenience on the welfare of the EBs who will be serving, of course, the automated election would be much easier for them, Your Honor. But since my opinion would always bow to the whatever law that will be passed by Congress, Your Honor. So I'm okay with both.
Well, just to share my own point of view, I think it's more prone to cheating and tampering and dagdag bawas if we go back to manual elections. Parang ang dali-dali mag-brown out, ang dali-dali na i-flat yung tire, etc. No? Itong mga matatagal na nating naririnig ng mga storya about ballot switching, etc. No? Anyways, ma'am, for my last question, how are you planning to strengthen the voter registration system of the COMELEC once you become a commissioner? This time, I've been listening attentively to the questions raised by our minority floor leader. Ma'am, what are your targets for registering voters online until 2022? Do you have that?
We would that an online a law allowing online registration would be very much welcome, Your Honor, since as of this moment, we only conduct face-to-face registration. So the applicant will have to go to our to the offices of the election officers. However, the only online part that they can do is the filling up of the form and the printing of the forms. A full online registration would be much welcome and would make much more a higher number of applicants will be accepted by our offices, Your Honor.
And you agree that it's a good idea because you're not asking them to vote, right? You're only asking them to register through online, and you can actually double check all this information with the ICT, etc. You agree with that? That is a good idea, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. The online registration does not mean that the applicant can already vote, but it's a good step to enable them to empower them, Your Honor, to become voters.
Well, ma'am, we actually filed a bill here in the Senate, Senate Bill 1516, directing the COMELEC to create, design, and use an online system for voter registration that enables the online filing and processing of the application for voter registration and other functions related to record keeping of entries and processes of voters registration and records. And I believe COMELEC now has the iRehistro system, which provides for online registration. Is that correct, ma'am?
only up to the setting of the appointment, Your Honor, and the filling up of the application forms. So, and on a full online registration would be a much better alternative, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Lastly, ma'am, how do you plan to smoothen out the glitches of your system and prevent another itong laging tuwing tinitingnan yung COMELEC, mayroong COMELEC. Do you have any plan or how do you plan to smoothen that out?
COMELEC is has in its employ professionals, Your Honor. We are also coordinating with stakeholders and other government agencies, Your Honor. So we believe that with their help and with the input gathered from everyone, we will be able to find out, to come up with solutions to those glitches, Your Honor.
I agree, and it is important to note the importance of coordinating with the NGOs, POs to preserve the integrity of our elections. Again, thank you, ma'am, for your time, for your patience. Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be all, and I'm ready to vote for the confirmation of our commissioner, of our nominee. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. We now hear from Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my buntag to the Commissioner. Madam Chair, Commissioner, I just have several questions for the Commissioner. First of all, ma'am, what can the Philippines adopt or learn from the recently concluded U.S. elections?
The U.S. elections is different from the elections that we have in the Philippines. But there are, despite the differences, we can still pick up lessons from the experience that they have, especially in the voting by mail, that they practice there, and in the U.S. elections, the people now are more involved in their elections. That it's when we compare to the Philippines, the elections that we have is always a declared a holiday. While there, it is not a holiday, but still the voters went out to vote. We are looking at the best practices that they had and campaign regulations that we can implement here in our country.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. I hope not just the Commissioner, but the whole Commission, the whole COMELEC will also, speaking of campaign regulations, will also continue to look forward to further electoral reforms that need to be implemented, and therefore further electoral reform bills that we here in the two houses of Congress can consider after the party list law, after the election automation law, which I also uphold, further reforms such as campaign finance reform and others. To my next question, Madam Chair, so Commissioner, more broadly speaking, how can the Senate help, and this may be of interest also to our colleagues in the House, how can Congress help in introducing new policies or in effecting policy changes in terms of the Commission?
Your Honor, in terms of the campaign rules, maybe we could use
anything at all, Commissioner, that relates to the work of the Commission. Yes.
From the registration up to the elections, Your Honor, that would we would find many suggestions that to further enhance our election laws in effect, Your Honor. For the campaign, Your Honor, the campaign rule should be should have been more defined, Your Honor, and the campaign expenditure, the limit on the expenditure, Your Honor, since the 3 pesos that is presently allowed, Your Honor, is a very small amount that can be spent by the candidate, Your Honor. We need some laws on premature campaigning, Your Honor, because the present one has several loopholes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. I take note of those several policy areas and just want to comment that I'm glad the Commissioner also identified campaign expenditures as an area for electoral reforms. Indeed, we need to study is 3 pesos per voter allowable campaign expense enough, but also I hope that as I mentioned earlier, that the commissioner or the COMELEC as a whole can balance that against what I think is a very valid campaign electoral reform that we still have to look into, which is campaign finance reform, meaning setting certain limits for total fundraising, providing for public public subsidy to the different parties, perhaps based on the previous number of votes they gained, and then being limited to raise just that equal amount of money from private contributions, and thereafter still having to report to the Commission on Elections in terms of resources mobilized and spent in campaigns. And thank you for the input about possible electoral reforms regarding premature campaigning. I think it's very true that there are certain loopholes that need to be plugged by us in Congress and therefore to be more tightly implemented by the COMELEC. To my next question, Madam Chair, our committee received several manifestations of support from different organizations, including the COMELEC Employees Union. I see that they're very proud and elated about your appointment. It's further stated that they were honored and privileged to work with you in forwarding the rights and welfare of COMELEC employees nationwide when you served as COMELEC EU regional representative for Region 11. Do you have any inputs, Commissioner, about how we in Congress can continue to support the rights and welfare of COMELEC employees as working people, as public sector employees, and as employees of an important constitutional commission? Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honors. The upgrading of the salary of the COMELEC employees has been a long battle cry of the workforce, Your Honor, since when we compare our salaries to the other government agencies, we only have a very small salary, Your Honor, especially when election officers are working as members of the Board of Canvassers. We have the smallest salary, Your Honor. So that is one, Your Honor. And the other is that we that we be provided with our own offices, Your Honor, since most of the offices of the election officers in the municipalities and cities are housed in the LGUs. We do not have our own buildings. Some only have some have their own buildings, Your Honor. So that would further strengthen our independence, Your Honor, if we can have that own office space, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well noted. And not just the specific and very helpfully concrete suggestions, but also the link that the Commissioner made with the matter of independence. Because indeed, not just for the Commissioner, not just for the COMELEC, but for us legislators, truly the actual and the perceived independence of the COMELEC is essential in discharging its duties. And I recall several important observations made in the previous hearing by my minority leader, Senator Frank, and also Senping in regard to how not just important but indeed essential the actual and perceived independence of the COMELEC is in the eyes of all Filipinos. For my final question, Madam Chair, Commissioner, the COMELEC is in the process of finalizing and consolidating the draft protocols for campaigning, canvassing, filing of candidacy, and counting of votes for the next elections. The Commissioner also referred to this in an earlier question. In this regard, could you share with this committee what adjustments, if any, the Commission will make, taking note of the lessons learned in the conduct of the plebiscite in Palawan? The Commission had said that that would be your trial run for the 2022 general elections, including in terms of COVID-proofing the elections, but also in all other matters. So what adjustments will the COMELEC make for general elections 2022 based on the conduct of the Palawan plebiscite, Madam Chair?
Regarding the conduct of the elections, Your Honor, we will adopt the best practices from the other countries, as well as those that were implemented in the Palawan plebiscite. Since it was the results were very encouraging, the turnout was very encouraging, despite the rain that occurred during that day. On the campaign side, Your Honor, we are looking into the restrictions on face-to-face campaign, since there is still a pandemic, and if situations do not ease up. And aside from those in the campaign rules, Your Honor, we will be monitoring other best practices in other countries, still using the isolation polling places and strict health protocols on site during the election day, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Indeed, if only we would do better on our health and economic responses during this pandemic and recession, I would guess even the work of the Commission ay mapapadali palapit sa general elections 2022. Meron na lang tayong 14 months, pero meron pa tayong 14 months to do better in our health and recession responses para mas maging improved and updated pati yung pagpapatakbo ng COMELEC ng COVID-proof na general election sa 2022. So I wish the COMELEC the best in that really daunting task that is facing it. Hindi lang para sa ating mga partido at kandidato, pero higit sa lahat para sa ating mga mamamayan. So salamat, Commissioner. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
And Your Honor, may I add something, Your Honor? We are also studying the possibility of requiring teachers to be vaccinated, Your Honor. It is only not for their protection, but for the voters they will be interacting with, Your Honor. We are in the process of looking into that possibility, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. But without desiring to preempt my colleagues, may I just offer the caution na ito natalakay na rin kaugnay ng ibang mga sektor earlier. I see Sen Joel nodding his head. Siya yung chair ng aming Senate Committee on Labor. And earlier there were some ideas about requiring this or that sector to be vaccinated. Bagamat lahat tayo gusto nating itaas yung vaccine confidence, sa huli sinasabi pa rin natin na may kalayaan ang bawat tao na magdesisyon given all the information na dapat i-roll out ng Department of Health sa information campaign, given yung updated na kaalaman ng bawat tao sa pamamagitan sana ng vaccine tracker na panukala ko, sa huli yung bawat tao yung magdedesisyon. But thank you for raising that point, and for sure kapag may ganyang mga policy questions, makakarinig naman ang COMELEC mula sa dalawang kapulungan namin. Salamat, Commissioner. Maraming salamat po muli, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. May we hear now from Senator Bongo? Senator
Madam
Bongo.
Chair,
Yes.
thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to extend my full support.
Nagtatas
For the
ng kamay
interim.
si Ben Noel. Tanungin mo, why?
Dali, baka kausap si Dayan. Madam Chair, I would like to extend my full support for the ad interim confirmation of Commissioner Aimee Ampolocchio as a Commissioner of the Commission on Elections, COMELEC. She humbly began in the Commission on Elections as an emergency laborer. In 1996, he became a permanent employee, serving as election assistant 2, assigned in Magsaysay and Matanao, Davao del Sur until 2008. In the meantime, Commissioner Ampolocchio was admitted to the Philippine Bar after hurdling the 26 bar examinations. Her career in the commission then began to blossom when she became election officer 4 from 2008 to 2018. Having been commended for successfully handling the most organized and orderly elections in her place of assignment, the first congressional district of Davao City in 2013, Commissioner Ampolocchio was then designated as acting provincial election supervisor in the province of Compostela Valley from 2018 to 2019 and Davao del Norte 2019 to 2020. She was then promoted to her present position as provincial election supervisor. She is also one of the most sought after lecturers on election matters, security, disability prevention, and rehabilitation, and is a recipient of numerous certificates of recognition in her invaluable service to the Commission. Being a homegrown member of the Commission and having rose from the ranks therein, I am confident that she will be able to carry out her duties and responsibilities as Commissioner of the COMELEC. Her career highlights speak for themselves as she's not only competent and capable, but also highly qualified for this post. The valuable experience and know-how she has gained from her significant time in the commission will be of great contribution to the COMELEC. And I trust that she will perform her given mandate to the best of her abilities. Again, Commissioner Aimee Ampolocchio, you have my full trust and confidence. Thank you for your hard work, dedication, and service to the Filipino people. Mabuhay po kayo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. We now hear from Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions to our nominee. To be clarified, is the nominee still a nominee or already a commissioner? Ma'am, Miss Ampolocchio, what are you now, a commissioner?
Ad interim appointee, Your Honor.
Okay, so ad interim appointment, meaning to say it was effective. You're now acting as a commissioner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so congratulations to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is this, ma'am, about yung SALN? Ano daw yung sabi nilang pagkakamali mo about your SALN? Just the details. Ano ba yung problem daw doon?
In the SALN, it was the amount of in the business interest was not indicated, Your Honor. The business connection of my husband, Your Honor.
Hindi, kasi itong nababasa ko kasi is about your inherited property. Tama, di ba tama naman yun that the inherited property, acquisition cost mo doon zero, but you declare it's a net worth, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. But Senator Dirlon has already accepted the sufficiency of the documents that I submitted prior to the second hearing, Your Honor.
I'm not reviving the issue. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin na medyo na parang hindi ko naintindihan ito na if the civil service rules will require you not to declare inherited property. Yun ang pagkaintindi ko. So dapat you declare inherited property but sa acquisition cost, you don't put the cost kasi wala naman siya acquisition cost, but you put it sa net worth mo. Okay, so
Yes, Your Honor.
di ba tama yun, ma'am? Okay. So, ang ganda pala ng story ng career mo. You became a lawyer as a COMELEC, COMELEC employee na po kayo, 2006, kasi you started in 1996. Tama po ba yun, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor. I studied law for 10 years, Your Honor, while working in the Commission on
While
Elections, Your
working,
Honor.
yeah. Tapos yung mga assignment mo, mga mga highly contested areas at the time that you were or politically active or politically critical areas when you were assigned there. So Davao del Sur ka, before I guess this was before the division of the province, di ba, into two. So
Yes, Your Honor.
so these were hotly contested elections, and for the record, there was no issue or complaint against you, right, in any of your actions as a member of the COMELEC.
Yes, Your Honor. In all my 26 years, Your Honor, not a single complaint was filed against me, Your
Kaya nga,
Honor.
yung next ko kasi, the last election, I think March 2019, so before the May 2019 ito, you were in Davao del Norte naman. For sure, that was also a highly contested political activity. Oh, di ba? And then no issue or complaint against you out of that election. Wala
Yes,
po.
Your Honor.
Wala po. Okay, so congratulations for that. And then sabi ng summary ng CA report, no opposition filed against you. So actually meron pa yatang support, no? There's a statement of support coming from the rank and file of the COMELEC. Is that correct, Madam Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so congratulations for that. And then I was also glad to hear yung mga advocacies mo about the COMELEC offices having their own offices to enhance your independence, to revisit the amount that a candidate can spend in elections, especially at the local level, kasi yung 3 pesos yata at the local level yun eh. Kawawang-kawawa sila doon kasi many will be, maybe many will be forced to really tighten their belts or maybe even lie in the report at 3 pesos per vote. So we need to revisit this. And then tama-tama po kasi, Madam Commissioner, I think I have 2 bills precisely on these 2 subject matters. So in that sense, pareho po tayo ng pag-iisip diyan. So looks like there is really no ground, Madam Commissioner, to further delay your the confirmation of your ad interim appointment. So I'd like to congratulate you because you would be, I think, a source of inspiration for the rank and file employees of the COMELEC na pwede pala umabot hanggang sa pinakataas na tuktok ng structure ng COMELEC as a COMELEC commissioner, and who knows, maybe even chairman of the commission. So congratulations, kasi na-test ka talaga, dumaan ka sa mga mainit na election contests, and yet wala. I mean, the results were accepted. You were not even involved in any complaints. So congratulations, ma'am. You have my full support. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You, Senator Bongo, may we hear, may I inform the body that there is a list of people who will ask questions. So maybe you can put your name in the list so you will be called. We give priority to those in the list. So may I recognize Senator Bem Noel?
Thank you, ma'am. Hindi pa po senador.
Welcome, Senator Bem Noel.
I'm sorry, Congressman Bem Noel.
The latter was better. Magandang umaga po, mapahinga aga. Madam Chair, mine is not to delay the confirmation of the good commissioner. The last time po tayo, Commissioner, nagkita was last year. And at that time when I asked with regard to the party list system, you responded by saying you were not yet familiar and you were not fully briefed with regard the party list system. Sa Senate po kasi ngayon, correct me if I'm wrong, meron po kasi silang pending bill or amendment sa 7941. We have here Senator Joel Villanueva and Senator Risa, who also comes from the party list system. No? I am not sure if I should say that I am speaking in behalf of the party list block, because mine is more of a concern. Ma'am, hindi naman po kailangan i-amend yung bill eh. Kasi yung view po ng mga senators para sa akin to make sure na yung party list system masunod yung real intention ng 7941, pwede po nasa kamay lang po yan ng mga commission eh. With regard to accrediting, the accreditation. Ngayon po, nasa process, we all submitted our intent to participate. Do I get it to mean na we are in the process of being accredited again, ma'am?
Our office will be accepting applications for accreditation of the party list groups until March 31, Your Honor. So there are already several applications that were filed, Your Honor, and with many who intend to participate in the 2022 elections, Your Honor.
Yung po yata yung hanggang March 31 is the intent to participate, meaning those who were accredited already. Yung pong accreditation po ng panibagong mga party list, which yun po sana yung inaano ko na maybe you should take note of the Senate amendment and the view of mga learned na mga individuals who are saying that the party list has been bastardized and all. Ang view ko po kasi, it's in your hands eh. Do you think ngayong the previous question ho, are we in the process of being accredited again? Those who submitted their intent to participate.
Are you meaning those who were already accredited in prior to these elections, Your Honor? No, you don't need to file another application for accreditation, Your Honor.
No, ma'am. That's not po what I mean. Kasi po nung unang pag-accept niyo po na nag-propose kayo na mag-submit kami ng intent to participate, it was we were of the understanding that we will go through an evaluation, whether we performed, whether we yung lahat ng mga nasa bylaws natin nasunod, lahat ng intention. That was at that time po yung clamor na i-abolish altogether yung party list. Doon po nagsimula yung accreditation ulit. Kaya ang tinatanong ko po, ito po ba ngayong taon na pag-submit namin, are we again going to be accredited? Meron po ba ditong mawawala, matatanggal na ng mga present, kahit incumbent, na sa tingin ninyo isa sa mga hindi naman talaga nasa marginalized or underrepresented sector?
Your Honor, for those who are already accredited, except for those who are delisted, Your Honor, you don't need to file another application, Your Honor.
Yes. Naintindihan ko po yun. Anyway po, yung next ko po is, sana po, no? And this is the last. Kaya ang commission na po ang manigurado na yung accreditation para wala na pong masabi na bastardized na, hindi naman talaga dapat nandyan sa party list system tong mga party list na bago. sana ho higpitan natin para ho hindi na maghirap sila Senator Joel at saka sila Senator Risa dun sa na gusto nilang mangyari, na nakita nila yung, kasi sila yung mga first, second generation, third lang po yung Anwaray and probably the first regional aggregation which is allowed under 7941. Yung amin lang, yung concern namin, because we talk to them, is ang dami nang hindi dapat, ang daming, kasi you have to be a member of the sector you're representing. Now, you have a party list, you have someone who's capable of running, they win. And now, as you say, you can't do anything about it. I hope, since bata pa po kayo, matagal po kayong umupo sa commission, and as I said, para sa akin, nasa inyong mga kamay ang pag-reform ng party list system. Sana po gawan niyo po ng paraan, maayos po ito. Ma'am, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very
Madam Chair,
much.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
You have my assurance, Your Honors, that we will do our jobs. And in fact, we have already delisted some party list groups, and we have posted the list in the newspapers, Your Honor. So that will considerably reduce the number of those who will be included in the ballots, Your Honor.
Yung po kasi yung mga natalo 2 beses eh. Yung mga dapat po na inaano namin nila Senator Joel and Senator Risa, yung mga hindi dapat na nandyan sa party list system. Thank you po. Thank you po.
Ma'am, may I just
Your
interject? Just one
Yeah.
indulgence of
I
our
recognize Senator Villanueva.
Yes, I know we're pressed for time, but I think this is very important issue on the party list system. Ma'am, do you see any room for improvement on how we will be able to strengthen 7941, our party list system? Do you think right now, in our current situation, maayos pong napapatupad itong batas na ito?
I will have to study further what we can do, what we can suggest to further enhance the party list system, Your Honor.
Just to finish everything, no? Can we just get your comments and suggestions for this particular issue? And we wanted to look into it because right now I would agree with Senator Bem Noel that ang dami yung nakakapasok na party list na alam natin hindi dapat, and then may mga text messages po, ma'am, na nagbebenta ng mga party list. Siguro we will coordinate with your office. May mga nagbebenta po ng party list at 5 million, 10 million, maayos daw yung papel, na-accredit na, etc. And it's been going on, ma'am, since the time that we were still members of the House of Representatives, kami ni Senator Risa. So, ma'am, I hope you look into this because, again, as I mentioned, this is a very important issue. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, naka-mute kayo.
I just want to recognize in this order Senator Revilla and Senator Bato de la Rosa because they are on the list, and then we will call back Senator Risa. So you're recognized.
Sino, ma'am? Is it me?
Yes, yeah, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. May I spread into the record my support to the appointment of Attorney Aimee Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commissioner of the Commission on Elections, her ascent to the upper echelon of the Commission from being an emergency laborer and a casual employee to becoming a commissioner is truly admirable. I believe that her career, as echoed in the statements of support received by this committee, serves as inspiration for the rank and file employees to be motivated and to excel in their job. Her frontline experience also in the field of office would surely enrich the Commission's viewpoint on how the elections happen on the ground. Importante rin po na kumpleto at full force na ang COMELEC sa paghahanda sa 2022 elections. Having said that, Madam Chair, kumbaga ako po ay sumusuporta kay and then kung wala kung mga I move for her approval, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Senator Revilla. We now recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. I would like to ask just one question to Commissioner Ampolocchio. For the record, Commissioner Ampolocchio, if you can still remember, ilang beses ba tayo nagkakasabay? When I was a provincial director of a province ng PNP, ikaw rin ay naging provincial election officer. Ilang beses ba tayo nagkakasabay?
I think twice, Your Honor. In Davao del Sur when I was the city election officer, and in Davao City when I was the election officer in Davao City during the 2013 elections, Your Honor.
What about when I was the provincial director of Compostela Valley Province? Hindi ba ikaw yung provincial election officer doon?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Only during, in Davao del Sur, Your Honor, but I was not the provincial supervisor yet at that time.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The reason I asked this question, Madam Chairman, is that I just would like to share my working experience with the good commissioner during elections. Totoo po yung sinasabi kanina ni Senator Coco Pimentel na grabe yung kanyang work experience kung saan yung hotly contested areas, yung kinoconsider natin na hotspots, election hotspots ng Region 11, ay doon po siya pinapadala. Dahil kilala po siya na siya ay talagang fearless. Hindi siya natatakot makipagbangga kahit kaninong politiko pagdating sa eleksyon. Talagang in-implement niya ang batas. At hindi lang po siya ay isang insider ng COMELEC na hindi siya totally outsider. Insider po siya at she worked her way up in the organization. At hindi siya makakarating sa mataas na posisyon kung masama yung kanyang bad record. Pero nakikita ko po, this based on my personal experience, na talagang nakikipag-away ito. Wala siyang pakialam kung sino kang malaking politiko. Gusto ko sana sabihin yung mga pangalan ng mga binabangga niya politiko doon sa Region 11, pero wag na, baka mayroong kasama tayo dito sa komisyon na ito. But alam ko, very strict siya pag-implement ng batas. At kami mga provincial director ng PNP, kapag during elections, how we wish na sana kung kami ay provincial director ng police, sana ang makapartner namin na COMELEC provincial election officer ay si Attorney Amy Ampolocchio, dahil talagang hindi na mahirap yung trabaho namin. Dahil siya na, COMELEC chairman na siya, at the same time, pwede na rin siya mag-provincial director ng police dahil walang takot talaga itong makipagbanggaan. So yun lang po, Madam Chairman, gusto ko po lang ipaalam sa committee na ito na hindi masasayang yung ating suporta ng confirmation ng butihing commissioner kapag siya ay ating binutuhan, dahil kilala ko talaga. Marami akong nadaanan ng mga provincial election officers na naging kapartner ko sa trabaho ko sa field, pero hindi ako gaano believe. Pero dito sa kanya talagang naniwala ako na talagang kayang-kaya niya kahit sino. Wala itong sinasanto. Kahit commander ng NPA, inaakyat niya doon sa bundok pag ito'y nakikialam sa mga eleksyon sa campaign na period. Wala po siyang takot. So, with that, Madam Chairman, I would like to manifest my full support to Commissioner Ampolocchio for her confirmation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Ninang, we cannot hear you. Ayan. Okay.
Yeah. I'm having problem with my computer. Anyway, I wish to thank Senator Bato de la Rosa. I wish to acknowledge Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Very briefly lang po, katulad ni San Joel, gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan si Rep. Bem for bringing up the matter of the party list law na kanina nung nag-interpellate ako kay Commissioner Ampolocchio, sinabi ko nga isa ito. Actually, ito yung unang electoral reform law at sumunod yung election automation at dapat pasulong tayo, hindi pa atras sa mga electoral reform laws rather than going back on yung mga nauna na move forward sa campaign finance reform at iba pa at tignan yung maayos na implementasyon ng mga nauna ng batas. Salamat po, Madam Chair. At salamat, Rep. Bem.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Now, we would like to hear from Senator Subiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Magandang umaga po, Commissioner Apolocchio, and to all our colleagues in the House and the Senate. First of all, Madam Chair, I'm very happy that these are not manifestations only. That number one, we're happy to hear that the choice of the new COMELEC commissioner is someone who rose from the ranks, who's from the COMELEC. Kasi minsan pag ina-appoint politiko or walang idea pagdating sa halalan, nagkakaproblema po ang commission. So I'm happy that it's somebody who started from the very rank and file of the COMELEC. And the advantage there is she knows the ins and outs on elections. At the same time, she knows everyone from the bureaucracy going up. And it's a good moral booster for the commission, Madam Chair, kasi at least alam nila that if they work hard, katulad ng binanggit natin mga colleagues kanina, if they work hard, they can really rise above all the fray and become, as Senator Coco Pimentel had said earlier, my colleague from Mindanao said that they can become possibly commissioners or even heading the commission. So that's good to hear. And we just want to remind our commissioner, our appointee, that being from Mindanao, kasi ako taga Mindanao ako, si Coco taga Mindanao, si Bato taga Mindanao, syempre support. Si Mayo taga Davao, Mayo Almario is also from Mindanao. Many of us here, Representative Munir of Sulu, marami po kami magsusupport sa kanya. But we must appeal to her that she must also show impartiality and fairness. Lalo na sa mga candidates, whether it is for senator, whether it's for president, whether it's for local candidates of her area. She must continuously show impartiality and fairness. Because really, at the end of the day, ang may dadala po lang natin pag tayo ay mamamatay na ang ating magandang pangalan. Ganun lang po, Madam Chair. There's only a good reputation and a good name that we can bring with us. So with that, you have my full support, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Bilang isang Mindanaoan, nakita ko naman ang track record mo, napakaganda. Full support ka kay Senator Bato de la Rosa, talagang full support siya sa'yo. Kinausap niya ako, kaya talagang full support din ako. So yun lang po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, wala na siguro?
Yeah, there will
Madam
be no
Chair.
more.
Madam
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
only two questions, Madam.
Ay, Diyos ko. Okay, we call on Representative Arbison.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to ask two questions. Can you tell the committee more information, details about what you did in the 1st District of Davao during the 2013 election that heavily contributed to the commendation given to you?
Your Honor, there were two elections in Madam Chair, Your Honor, there were two elections in 2013 and 2016. In the 2013 elections, I can proudly say that the canvassing was done in an orderly manner, and it was I was given praise by the councils of both parties, and they are satisfied with how I conducted the canvassing, Your Honor. As to the 2013 barangay elections, Your Honor, I have one barangay there which was a hotspot, Your Honor. And under the then city director, under his supervision, we conducted. I was expecting that that barangay would be troublesome in the elections, Your Honor, because there was one killing in that barangay. But I can proudly say that we pulled through, and it was even the most peaceful elections in my area during that time, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my last question is: do you plan to implement this measure on national scale? Should you be confirmed as Comelec Commissioner? Do you think it is feasible and realistic to do that on the national level?
Your Honor, whatever experiences that I gained while rising from the very from the entry position of emergency laborer, Your Honor, will be very useful. Since in the national level, I will be looking at on the policy making as a commissioner. However, with my experience as a field worker, I can now reconcile if the policies that we will be making is doable, not only in theory, Your Honor. So I think my experience will greatly help the commission, and this can be implemented taking into account the different circumstances during those experiences, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I manifest my full support to his confirmation. Maraming
Thank
salamat.
you, Representative Arbison. Yes, Senator Bong Revilla.
Madam Chair, considering the manifestation of support for the appointment of Commissioner Ampolocchio, may I reiterate my earlier motion for the approval and confirmation of Attorney Farolino Ampolocchio as Commissioner of the Commission on Elections. So I move.
Second motion.
Madam Chair,
So let us ask the majority leader to make the move, and you second.
Madam Chair. So I will be joining the Senator Revilla in this motion, but before that, Mr. Chairman, let me also put on the record that our Commissioner Aimee has been assigned in Davao de Oro, Davao del Sur, Davao del Norte, in what they say is highly contested areas, but she has never been assigned in Davao Oriental, my area. And I'm thankful kasi baka pang highly contested areas lang siya. Sa amin, hindi eh. Peaceful eh. But having said that, Madam Chair, and seeing also my good friend Senator Subiri, I have to tell Commissioner Ampolocchio to take a look at your project procurement management plan. And that is where you source your supplies for offices of the Comelec, among others, no? Supplies, among others, for your offices. Because it has been said earlier that the independence of Comelec must be imposed. And towards that, we're now about to start a 20 million Comelec building in Mati, Davao Oriental, the completion of which will be in 6 months. And I would like to file my certificate of candidacy in that new building. Pero paano naman kung wala mga aircon, wala mga furnitures, wala mga, and all those, Commissioner. Kaya ako sinasabi, pakisilip naman, pakitignan naman ng project procurement management plan nyo. I know for 2021, gawa na. And you're preparing for 2022. But here is a 20 million building. Hayaan ba natin hindi siya magamit until the next year? So I'm sure with your experience and with your position now, it's just a matter of maybe an hour or two before you will be finally confirmed. Kayang-kaya mo gawa ng paraan, Commissioner. Just a short response from you. before I
Thank
make
you,
the
Your
motion.
Honor, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor, for that building that you so generously provided for the COMELEC, Your Honor. We are happy. I am personally happy, Your Honor, since that is
Madam Chair,
really
Madam
my
Chair, with the
my.
permission of the Commissioner. Madam Chair, with the permission of the Commissioner. Ako po nag-funding nun.
Oh,
It was my
okay.
funding, Senator Zubiri. Yeah. It was my funding requested by Congressman Almario. 20
So
million
I'm
po
sorry, Your
under our
Honor.
initiative. No, no
So
problem,
I
ma'am.
should.
Just to show you that I'm full support of the COMELEC. Lalo na yung mga taga Davao na COMELEC.
I
Diba,
I
Senator
I
Bato? Yes, sir.
I stand corrected, Your Honor. Thank you for that, for giving the funding, Your Honor, and thank you to the effort of Congressman Almario, Your Honor. As to the aircons and other equipments, Your Honor, we will look into our budget, Your Honor. I think we can provide that already. 20 million is such a big enough amount for a building, Your Honor. It would be such a waste to not to utilize that building that you have provided for us. Thank you very much for your help, Your Honors.
That will, Chairman, Commissioner, that will house the provincial COMELEC office and the city COMELEC office, no? And as what I told you in our earlier conversation, yes, in fact, it was Senator Mig Subiri who sponsored for the construction of that building. Kaya dapat by October 1, when we file, doon na tayo mag-file. And DPWH has already committed that it will be done before the filing of certificates of candidacy. So having said that, Commissioner, Madam Chair, Your Honors, may I now join Senator Bong Revilla in his motion to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Ms. Aimee Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al Pareño. I so move, Madam Chairman.
Second.
Second motion.
Okay.
I second the motion, ma'am.
Yeah. There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Ms. Aimee P. Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commissioner on Elections for a term expiring in February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño. Is there any objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Okay. Majority Floor Leader.
I move to adjourn, Madam Chairman.
Si chairperson did not even give us a chance to object. Is there any objection? Confirmed.
Do you have any objection, Mr. Minority Floor Leader?
You didn't even pause. I was going to say I second the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Kasi ang haba-haba na eh. Paulit-ulit. Okay, so there, on the motion of the majority floor leader, duly seconder, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much.
of the 15 nominations and ad interim appointments, and to deliberate on additional 18 ad interim appointments and nominations of senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines that were submitted to the committee's jurisdiction for its consideration. Officers, kindly stand up as your name is called. Cirilito E. Sobejana to the rank of General. Sir. Ferdinand M. Cartojano to the rank of Lieutenant General. Nestor Florente D.C. Rayos to the rank of Major General. Romeo S. Bronner Jr. to the rank of Major General. Don Anthony L. Miraflor to the rank of Commodore. Edgar P. Nigos to the rank of Brigadier General. Joseph Ferus S. Quison to the rank of Brigadier General. Potenciano C. Camba to the rank of Brigadier General. Monico E. Abang to the rank of Brigadier General. Florante N. Gagua to the rank of Commodore. Eric E. Nicanor to the rank of Brigadier General. Domingo B. Gabway to the rank of Brigadier General. Eric Q. Escarcha to the rank of Brigadier General. Edgardo C. Palma to the rank of Brigadier General. Jose Alejandro S. Naknak to the rank of Brigadier General. Efren P. Baluyot to the rank of Major General. Venus G. Gualdaquever to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy Reserve. Rosalio G. Pompa to the rank of Brigadier General. Luis Rex D. Bergante to the rank of Brigadier General. Arturo G. Rojas to the rank of Brigadier General. Rolando C. Escalona Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Judge Advocate, General Service. Nestor C. Jerico to the rank of Major General. Toribio D. Adasi Jr. to the rank of Rear Admiral. Michael J. Lorenzo to the rank of Brigadier General. Janet S. Rivarez to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Maria Teresa B. Rudio to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps Reserve. Lourdes P. Docoscos to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps Reserve. Alan L. Chu to the rank of Colonel, Judge Advocate, General Service. Remuel C. Hardinero to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Ruel P. Baldeo to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service Reserve. Annalisa U. Yanto to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps Reserve. Darvin Jose L. Legaspi to the rank of Rear Admiral. And Philip S. Lapinid to the rank of Brigadier General. The majority floor leader is recognized to report on the parliamentary status.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, last March 10, 2021, this committee deliberated on the ad interim appointments and nominations of 16 senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The Commission Secretary Attorney Hector Villacorta rendered his report to the committee as to the necessary documentary requirements submitted by the appointees and nominees in compliance to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. The committee members, particularly Senator Panfilo Lacson, propounded queries to Lieutenant General Cirilito Sobejana on his role as member of the Board of Generals regarding the designation of Lieutenant General Jose Faustino Jr. as Acting Commanding General of the Philippine Army on February 16, 2021. Senator Lacson pointed out that the subject officer will be retiring in November 2021, and his recent designation violates the Public Act 8186, Section 4, last paragraph thereof. Lieutenant General Sobihana responded to all the questions of the committee members. After due deliberation and upon motion of his representation, duly seconded, the committee recommended to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Gerardo M. Zamudio Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. However, for lack of material time and upon motion of this representation, which was duly seconded without any objection, this committee suspended the consideration on the deliberation of the other 15 ad interim appointments and nominations of the senior officers in the armed forces of the Philippines. That's the parliamentary status as of today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. May we hear the Secretary's report on the jurisdiction requirements and other pertinent information relative to the ad interim appointments and nominations of the additional 18 senior officers in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the new rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. All the additional 18 appointees and nominees included in today's agenda have complied with the submission of the documentary requirements as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. On various dates, their ad interim appointments and nominations were referred by the Senate President and CA Chairperson Vicente C. Soto III to the Committee on National Defense pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission, and were published in 2 newspapers of general circulation and broadcast over PTV4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. Your Secretariat is in receipt of 2 letters, both dated March 23, 2021, from the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, from General Adriano S. Perez Jr., addressed to the committee chairperson, Representative Luis John A. Ferrer IV, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the following senior officers: Brigadier General Joseph Ferrus S. Quizon, Brigadier General Rosalio G. Pompa, Brigadier General Nestor C. Jerico, and Colonel Lourdes P. Dacoscos. Their RT-PCR test results show that they were positive for COVID-19. Nonetheless, the above-mentioned senior officers will be appearing online in today's hearing. There was no opposition filed against any of the ad interim appointments and nominations. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair.
Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the letters requesting for waiver of personal appearances of the above-mentioned senior officers be approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Chair.
Second the motion.
Okay. The said letters requesting for waiver of personal appearances of the above-mentioned senior officers are hereby approved. The 15 appointees and nominees have already taken their oath. Hence, we request Secretary to administer the oath to those senior officers under consideration not yet sworn.
Those involved, please stand up and raise your right hand. Those who have not yet been sworn, please raise your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God? Mr. Chairman, they are now all under oath.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. May we call again?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paglilinaw lang po. In the previous hearing, The confirmation was deferred of Brigadier General Tan. If I'm not mistaken, that is Brigadier General Lowell R. Tan. May I just clarify, Mr. Chair, if that is no longer deferred, thereby clearing the way for the committee to favorably consider his confirmation? Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, for the information of everyone, there's written opposition coming from one of the members of the House of Representatives against General Tan. So we will still waiting for the committee's the Senate President's um, decision whether to include him in our next committee hearing, ma'am.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear any mention of his appointment earlier, so I sought the chair's clarification. Salamat po para doon.
Okay, thank you, Senator Antiveros.
Mr. Chairman, may I just be clarified with your permission?
Go ahead, Senator Lacson.
When is General Tan retiring?
Sir?
When is General Tan retiring? Because he might be affected by the law that I mentioned last time when we met I think March 10. So I would just like to find out, because we have to decide whether or not to recommend him to the plenary or just reject him. Because in fairness to him, he should be heard.
Yes.
We should not only base our decision on a request from a member of the House of Representatives. If he will not be affected
Yes,
by Republic Act 8186, then he may be deferred until the next committee hearing. But if he will be affected, I would strongly suggest that we take him up and vote on his confirmation or rejection.
Yes, sir. As per records, General Tan will be retiring on May 6, 2022 of next year. So
He will be affected,
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. So
We'll be resuming on May 17.
yes, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly my point. Because if we defer him and we will go on break, and we will come back May 17, hindi na naman siya maging eligible for promotion because of Section 4, 8186. So, having said that, I would suggest that the committee take action instead of just, not acting on his confirmation.
I agree with that. We will move for a 5-minute recess. decided to include General Tan in our next committee hearing. Again, may we call again General Lieutenant General Cirilito E. Sobihana, sir, the most senior among the officers now under consideration and the current Chief of Staff in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, to take the seat in front. Sir, if you have any statement, you may proceed.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, with your permission, can I remove my face mask and shirt, t-shirt? Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Commission of Appointment, Your Honors, sirs and ma'ams, good morning or good afternoon. I am Lieutenant General Cirilito E. Sobihana, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and we are appearing before the Commission on Appointment together with 33 others, praying for confirmation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General. So the floor is now open for inquiries. And first, we recognize Senator Lacson. After Senator Lacson, we recognize Senator Bongo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a manifestation. Anyway, I already asked my questions last March 10. Picking up from where we left off last March 10, after we suspended, this is for the record, Mr. Chairman, Lieutenant General Subihana approached me and I asked him what could be a good resolution on the issues that I raised regarding Lieutenant General Faustino. And he said that he would do something about it. Earlier today, I received a call from the Executive Secretary, Bing Bong Medialdea. And he said, and he committed, and this is through the kind intercession of our colleague here, Senator Bongo, who was kind enough to connect the line between myself and E.S. Medialdea. When we spoke, he committed to rectify the obvious transgression of the law, particularly Section 4, Republic Act 8186. And to me, that's more than enough. Because as I mentioned earlier, or last March 10, I took the word of E.S. Medialdea and S.N.D. Lorenzana when they promised during the confirmation hearing of, I think, 7 or 8 colonels to, I think, to full colonel or to brigadier general. That would be the last time. And as I also manifested the last time, I just decided to be scarce during the confirmation hearing because it would be too awkward for me to be present and stop questioning what I had consistently questioned, and that is the full application of the law. And Lieutenant General Sobihana also earlier approached me and confirmed that he was told of the commitment made by Executive Secretary Medialdea. And I would just like to hear, for the record, from Lieutenant General Sobihana to confirm such instruction.
Yes, sir. But before that, sir, let me also apprise this commission that after the deliberation 2 weeks ago, upon hearing that comments about RA 8186, particularly Section 4, what I did, sir, is I convened the Board of Generals and we deliberated the designation, and we did it in accordance with the provisions of the law, and we submitted our recommendation to the Secretary of National Defense to that effect. And as regards to the commitment made by the Executive Secretary, sir, yes, I became aware of it. I learned about it before coming here, sir. So it's a commitment, sir, and I confirm that it was made.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're all for the professionalism of the armed forces of the Philippines. And it's incumbent upon us, officers and gentlemen of the armed forces of the Philippines, to do our part to maintain that professionalism in the armed forces. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Senator Lacson. The chair recognizes Senator Bongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to reiterate my support and extend my deep gratitude to the men in uniform of the armed forces of the Philippines that best exemplifies bravery, heroism, and dignity. In addition to the 11 appointees and 4 nominees last hearing, allow me to make of record my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of Major General Efren Baluyot, Colonel Judge Advocate General Service Rolando Escalona Jr., Navy Captain Venus Gualda Quever, Colonels Jeanette Rivares, Maria Teresa Rudio, Lourdes Dacuscos, Annalisa Yanto, all admirable women in uniform from the Nurse Corps, Brigadier General Rosalio Pompa, Brigadier General Arturo Rojas, Rear Admiral Toribio Adasi Jr., Brigadier General Michael Lorenzo, Colonel Judge Advocate General Service Alan Tiu, Navy Captain Romuel Hardinero, Colonel Dental Service Ruel Baldeo, and Brigadier General Luis Bergante. Also, I support the nominations of Major General Nestor Jerico. Very good basketball player yata to. Siya ba yung nandun sa nasa screen, no? Rear Admiral Dorvin Ligaspi. Tagal ko na po itong kilala since Commander days or Major sa Captain sa Navy. Brigadier General Philip Lapinid, and recommend that such be given consent by this Honorable Commission. Again, to Chief of Staff Sobehana, Brigadier General Potenciano Camba, Major General Romeo Bronner Jr., Brigadier General Eric Escarcia, Brigadier General Domingo Gaway, Brigadier General Edgar Nigos, Brigadier General Eric Nicanor, Brigadier General Joseph Quizon, Brigadier General Monico Abang, Commodore Don Anthony Miraflor, Commodore Florante Gagua, Lieutenant General Ferdinand Cartojano, and Major General Nestor Rayos, Brigadier General Edgardo Palma, Brigadier General Joel Naknak. I support your confirmations and nominations. Ako po ay taos-pusong nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat, sa inyong walang tulad na katapatan at pagsiservisyo sa ating bayan. Our country will forever be indebted to each and every one of you for your unparalleled and untiring service to the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Go. Senator Bong Revilla, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a short manifestation to convey my support to the senior officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines who are here before us, led by no less than the AFP Chief of Staff, General Cirilito Sobehana. I reiterate my full support to his leadership as well as my commendation and respect to him, which I already manifested during the previous hearing of this committee. I would also like to recognize and spread into the record my support to Major General Efren Baluyot, Brigadier General Nestor Jerico, who is nominated to the rank of Major General, Rear Admiral Toribio Adasi Jr., and Commodore Dorvin Jose Legaspi, who is nominated to the rank of Rear Admiral, for their heroic efforts as peacemakers and for their career accomplishments, not only in combat operations, but also in humanitarian work. Ipagpatuloy niyo po ang mabuting hangarin at paglilingkod sa ating bayan at sa ating mga kababayan. My warmest gratitude and salute to your selfless service. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bong Revilla. Senator Risa, you are recognized. And after Senator Risa, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while I already terminated my questions to General Sobejana in the previous hearing, and I respect his candor in replying to those questions, please allow me to ask a few more born out of recent events in the West Philippine Sea. Kung maaari po, Mr. Chairman at General Sobejana.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, General. And in advance, may I thank you, General, for confirming what Senping manifested, because it gives, I believe, all of us here great joy anticipating, congratulating you on your confirmation. General, on March 7, 2021, the Philippine Coast Guard spotted the presence of 220 Chinese maritime militia vessels in Julian Felipe Reef. And as of yesterday, around 183 Chinese fishing vessels were spotted in this area. The National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea notes this circumstance as a concern due to the possible overfishing, destruction of the marine environment, and risks to safety of navigation. The NTF-WPS also released a statement saying that it will continue to monitor the situation and shall continue to peacefully and proactively pursue its national security policy. On the other hand, Defense Chief Delphine Lorenzana also viewed the presence of these Chinese vessels as a provocative action of militarizing the area and called on the Chinese to stop this incursion and immediately recall these boats violating our maritime rights and encroaching into our sovereign territory. So, General, how does the armed forces view this latest activity by the Chinese militia, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, thank you. And we actually verified that report from the Philippine Coast Guard that there are 220 fishing boats believed to be Chinese Chinese militias. And we dispatched we did MARPAT or Maritime Patrol over the area, and we accounted for 183 vessels in Juan Felipe Reef in the West Philippine Sea. And we reported that matter to the higher authorities, including the Department of National Defense, and we shared the same information to the National Task Force on West Philippine Sea. And on our part, as the protector of the people and the security of our territory, I directed the Philippine Navy to deploy additional naval assets to the West Philippine Sea to increase our visibility and ensure the security and safety of our fishermen, of course, our marine resources, and the integrity of our territory. So we do not tolerate incursions in our territorial waters from anybody. So we stand or uphold by our mandate. So that was our actions, ma'am, as regard to the incursions made by the Chinese militias in our territorial waters. Thank you, ma'am.
Maraming salamat din po, General, at mabuhay po kayo at ang Armed Forces para sa mga pagkilos na iyon. In the AFP's assessment, what kind of ships really are present in the area? Kasi used interchangeably sa mga reports yung militia, fishing vessels. Ano po talagang klaseng mga barko o vessels ito, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, we took pictures of those boats in Julian Pilipi Reef, and we observed that these are fishing boats, and they were information. I observed the same thing when I was the Joint Task Force Zulu Commander, that when fishing boats go to rest, they do that kind of a formation. So it is not new to us, but the number is quite substantial compared to the formation that I've observed in the Sulu Seas. So we are trying to assess why they did such kind of a formation, kasi by layers sila, ma'am, as if they are forming like a phalanx. So we are trying to do some assessment, military assessments on that kind of a formation. And we will, anyway, ma'am, we are jointly doing or assessing the situation with the concerned department, including the NTF West Philippine Sea, and whatever assessments we came out or we come out, that will dictate our subsequent action. But initially, as what I've said, we deployed additional naval assets to that area.
Salamat, General, Mr. Chairman. Importante talaga yung nabibigay niyong impormasyon pati sa publiko because it helps us, no, civilians, both working in government tulad namin at yung hindi nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, to understand what's going on. At saka para i-validate yung iba pang mga impormasyon, halimbawa na nababasa sa media o sa iba't ibang mga academic groups. Halimbawa, sabi nyo nga po, General, they seem to be fishing vessels and yet because of their number at saka yung formation nila, sabi nyo nga layered, so nagmumukhang phalanx, which we know from ancient times is actually a military formation. It's not merely a civilian or a fishing formation. So we really appreciate po yung monitoring na ginagawa ninyo and the quite transparent communication you are sustaining with the public about this. Meron din po kasing mga academics, di ba, na dati nang nag-express ng concern sa atin na sasabihin ng China, white hulls ito when actually they are gray hulls. Kung sa laki nila, sa dami nila at sa formation nila, they could at a moment's notice convert into or to serve a military purpose. Or kahit sa mas simpleng pagtaboy sa sarili nating mga mangingisda, and definitely much smaller and much fewer fishing boats. Kahit dun sa Julian Felipe na bahagi ng ating exclusive economic zone at bahagi ng sasabihin ng mga mangingisda since time immemorial, pinapangisdaan naman nila. Perhaps as a last question, General, aside from monitoring the activities of these vessels, what specific measures has the armed forces taken regarding this seeming or this really apparent provocation being committed by China in our territory? Well, sinabi nyo na rin po, sir, na nag-instruct kayo sa Navy na magpadala ng dagdag na naval assets. But are there other measures that have been taken and that should be supported by us here in the two houses of Congress, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, we wrote a letter actually to the defense attaché of China to the Philippines. And this morning, we invited him, in that letter actually, we invited him to confer with us and discuss these matters, the presence of the fishing vessels concerned, believed to be CMMs. And this morning at 10 o'clock, they had a meeting, ma'am. I was supposed to be there, but because of this confirmation, I delegated that meeting to my Vice Chief of Staff. And upon my return, I will ask him on what had transpired during that meeting.
Maraming salamat, General, at if proper, sana po ay ma-update nyo rin po yung aming komite so that we can also prepare to support you in whatever ways are proper and possible. Tulad nung pag-appreciate namin sa diplomatic protest na pinadala ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa China tungkol sa pag-mass up ng mga vessels nila sa Julian Felipe. Also, appreciation po dun sa initiative that was taken by the armed forces sa pag-communicate sa defense attaché ng China dito sa Pilipinas. Sana naman po the defense attaché will not tell us what Beijing told us na parang nag-hallucinate lang tayo, na parang those 200 plus vessels are a mere mirage on the naval horizon. So muli po, General Sobihana, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po sa inyo, and once again, in the snappiest way I can render it, I salute you, sir. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Salamat po, Senator Risa. Senator Joe Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the onset, let me thank General Sobihana and our military officials who are here today. And I would like to spread into the records that I'm in full support of your confirmation. But let me just pose some questions, and let me start by also pointing out the importance of our West Philippine Sea issue. And as the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we believe that your leadership plays a pivotal role in protecting the West Philippine Sea with the view of addressing massive hunger in our country. General Sobihana, you agree that the West Philippine Sea is a potential food resource for our country, and a potential driver of employment for Filipinos. Would you agree with that, sir?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, I fully agree that area, the West Philippine Sea, is the traditional fishing ground among our fishermen, Filipino fishermen. And I was there actually 2 weeks ago, and I visited the Malampaya offshore project, and I've seen the potential, and I was informed that there are still a trillion metric tons of natural gas, and that's why we are more motivated to make that area safe and secured, so that we can attract or invite more service contractors to extract the natural gas in that part of our country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And I can feel your passion and compassion to our people when it comes to this particular issue. At talagang lahat sinusubaybayan po ito. And I thank God na you are fully aware of the situation and the importance of the West Philippine Sea. In fact, let me spread also into the record that based on SWS September 2020 survey, 7.6 million Filipinos experience hunger. And if we don't have concrete plans to protect the area and necessarily protect the rights of these fishermen to make a living, we will risk more people going hungry. Sir, as Chief of Staff, ano yung plans natin, especially to help our fisher folks to have reported harassment by Chinese Coast Guard? Banggitin ko lang, noong January 2021, si Larry Yugo, a fisherman from Kalayaan, Pag-asa, narrated that he was barred from entering traditional, o yung kinalakihan na niya, o sa araw-araw, o tradisyon na ginagawa niya na nanguhuli ng isda doon sa area niyon. All of a sudden, he was barred from entering these grounds by China Coast Guard ship. Tapos nung, if I'm not mistaken, in 2019, doon naman po sa Masinloc, Zambales, narinig natin yung mga fisher folks natin doon, yung siniz po yung catch and yung mga nahuli po nila, and shoo them away from the area. And alam natin lahat, yung municipality of Masinloc has the territorial jurisdiction over Scarborough Shoal, which is also called Bajo de Masinloc. So, sir, ito lang yung ilan sa gusto nating marinig from our chief of staff, what else can we do to protect the livelihood of our fisher folks?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we made a validation on that report of Mr. Hogo, and we found out that it was it was an exaggerated one, but nonetheless, we deployed the forces to that area to ensure that our fishermen builds their confidence that they have the armed forces being represented by the Philippine Navy and of course the Philippine Air Force who are doing maritime patrol that can provide security as the fish over that maritime domain. So we will continue to be visible in that part of our country so that our fishermen can freely fish and earn for a living.
Senator Joel, audio please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And I hope, just a suggestion, yung continuous coordination with our fisher folks, yung mga grupo ho nila, mga cooperatives nila, para some sort of parang 911 na if there are emergencies na po pwede nilang i-report at pwede ihingi sa inyo ng tulong, maka-avail po sila ng tulong na ito para maramdaman nila, sir, that we are here, yung government nila, lalo na ang ating AFP, ay nasa likod po nila.
Yes, sir. We are doing that. We are coming up with an information network utilizing our fishermen. So meron din tayong sir, we are organizing them as maritime militia as well. So that is similar to our CAPCO active auxiliaries. So kung meron tayong CAPCO sir dito sa lupain, meron din tayong maritime militia sa ating karagatan upang makuha natin kung ano man yung nangyayari around our areas.
That's good, sir. Congrats. And we are behind you. At sana po ay maramdaman din ito ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ating mga fisher folks. Sir, another issue lang, no? Last issue that I'd like to raise with regard to our senior reservist officers. Hindi nyo na itanong, reservist din po ako, pero ako na yung pinakamatagal na reservist na hindi na po promote at wala ho akong planong humingi ng tulong para ma-promote and I don't need it. Sir, kidding aside, no, does development of the reserve force include promotion of senior officers, sir?
Yes, sir. It is similar to the regular organization, the regular troops. All reservists are also promoted, but there are some mandatory requirements, sir, such as schooling, and of course, the position goes with, or the rank goes with the position. So structured din po, sir, yung ating reserve unit, and we even wanted it to be mirrored with the regular force. And it is our base of expansion, which we can deploy or mobilize in times of invasion. That is full mobilization. We can partially mobilize them as well as selectively mobilize. Right now, sir, with the advent of the pandemic COVID-19, we are selectively mobilizing our reservists, like the medical health workers.
Which is good, sir. Yes. Sir, what's the procedure for qualifying and promoting reservists?
Sir, as what I've said, we have the required schooling for every rank. And if I may, sir, I will provide you the document. We have the J9, who is the primary staff that assist me on matters pertaining to reservists and retirees affairs.
So there's a function of a board. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
A function of a board?
Yes, sir. There's a board of senior officers for senior reservists, and we have the personnel management center that also facilitates the promotion of our junior reservists.
And sir, how often does the board convene? And who's responsible for convening the board?
There's a regular board meeting, sir, and sometimes when the need arises, we also convene special boards or special board meetings.
Who is responsible again for convening the board, sir?
J9, sir, is the primary staff that does the job. Our J9 right now is Major General Hernandez, Eugene Hernandez. Anyway, sir, upon my return at the General Headquarters, I will advise him to get in touch with you and provide the needed or the documents that you're requesting from us.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, we have been coordinating and it seems no one is answering our questions with regard to this, no? Kasi it appears na hindi nako-convince, sir, yung board. Paki-check lang din po. And hindi ko na ho pahabain ito and binanggit niyo ho kanina, the same din yung sa regular senior officers, ganun din yung dapat yung same yung bilis noong pag-promote ng senior reservist. So I hope that we'll be able to reach that goal. Ang alam ko yung goal natin is to realize yung 80-20 ratio of reserve to regular officers, and hindi mangyayari to kung hindi naman natin sila mapagtutuunan ng pansin. I hope you look into that, sir. And again, I thank you for your patience. Let me also again spread into the records that I am in full support of your confirmation. Thank you in advance. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you also, sir, for sharing us your thoughts on our reservist affairs.
Thank you, Senator Joe Villanueva. Chair now recognizes Representative Nene Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most of my questions have been asked by Senator Risa and Senator Joel. But one more question on the West Philippine Sea. Sir, the United States has issued a statement on the recent developments and citing the the U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty. It says that an affront to the Philippine sovereignty is an affront to the United States of America, to which the China did not reacted in saying that the United States is interfering in an issue which does not concern them. On this year, we will be celebrating the 70th year of diplomatic relations between the United States and the Philippines. Taking into consideration of all these things that are happening recently, in your opinion, sir, how important is our alliance with the United States to preserving the Philippine national security?
Thank you for that question. Well, the more allies we have, the better. And we welcome that alliance with the United States. The MDT has been there for quite some time. But what prevails is, of course, our independent policy. And we have to always protect the interests of our country in dealing with our allies.
So, do you think that because in the past few months or even before that, the Philippine government, or there has been multiple calls for the Philippine government to revise and or abrogate our mutual defense treaty, more specifically the visiting forces agreement. Do you agree with this move to amend and or abrogate these treaties?
Ma'am, that has been discussed at the national level, no less than our president. We, in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, as professional and good soldiers, we submit ourselves to the wisdom of our national leadership.
So, you what is that? Can you please elaborate on that? Are you in favor of revisiting or abrogating these treaties, or are you not?
As
Or
what
what
I've said, ma'am, for
to
as
the
long as it protects the interest of our nation, we are always supportive on that regard. And of course, I would like to reiterate that as good and professional soldiers, we have to always submit to the wisdom of our commander-in-chief, who is also our president.
Okay. So thank you very much for that very honest answer. I don't have any objection to the confirmation of the Honorable Cirilito Sobejana to the rank of General, and also to all other nominees for this afternoon. But I would just want to make a special mention of our or my province's support for the nomination of Eric E. Nicanor to the rank of Brigadier General. General Eric E. Nicanor was born in San Jose, Occidental Mindoro, and the people of Occidental Mindoro would like to share the pride and honor of him being confirmed as to the rank of Brigadier General. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Sato. Any other member who wish to manifest or have a question? Representative Munir, you have the floor.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just would like to reiterate my full support to the confirmation of General Cirilito Subihana as Chief of Staff. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would like also to support the confirmation of Colonel Edgar Palma and Brigadier General Rojas. Palma was assigned in Holo, Mr. Chairman, Sulu, doon sa aming probinsya, while General Rojas was assigned in Luuk Municipality, my hometown also in Sulu. Silang dalawa po, personally, hanga ako sa pinakita nilang serbisyo sa aming lugar. They were very hardworking. We all know that to be assigned in Mindanao is not an easy feat. Pero itong ating mga kasundaluhan, ito, they really give their best during those period. Hindi lang sa serbisyo, but also sa pakikisama sa aming mga locals na probinsya. With this, I truly and sincerely believe that their promotion reflects their dedication to their sworn duty and of their competence. Of course, the same goes to all our nominees and appointees today. Again, my full support and congratulations to Colonel Palma, Brigadier General Rojas, General Subihana, and to all of you. That is all, Mr. Chair. I have no question, but only my heartfelt gratitude to these valiant soldiers. Tunay na kayong mga bayani ng ating bayan. Please know that your heroism is not unnoticed. In fact, it is very appreciated. Maraming salamat at maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Representative Arbison. Any other member?
Mr. Chair?
Senator Risa?
Mr. Chair, I'm willing to give way to the majority leader. Yes, Mr. Chair, salamat po. But I'm willing to give way to the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Ferrer, si Mig Subiri po.
Senator Mig Subiri.
Thank you, sir.
Recognize.
Yeah, if I may already give my sponsorship of a few of the candidates, Mr. President, now, so that we can hasten the proceedings in the plenary later, because I know we are going to have a plenary session very soon. So if I may be allowed, Mr. Chairman, to give my co-sponsorship speech for a few of the gentlemen that are going to be appointed today. May I be allowed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the onset, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to congratulate the men and women of the armed forces. We thank you for your service and dedication to country. We take note that the armed forces now has shown true professionalism, and as the armed branch of armed services branch of government, and we thank them for that, and we highly appreciate their service. But Mr. President, I have just two members, so of course I fully support each and every one of them, but I have just two particular that I'd like to sponsor today, Mr. President. It brings me great honor to speak before you today to second the motion of the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Lieutenant General Cirilito Sobihana to the rank of General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. General Sobihana has been in the military service for almost 38 years, and throughout his impressive and illustrious career, he's been conferred with a number of awards and honors, the highest of which, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, is the Medal of Valor. So we want to honor him today with his appointment as, of course, General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. But really, not only is he a battle-tested officer and exemplary leader, who I believe is one of the best candidates to ever take the position, Mr. President, of AFP Chief of Staff. With due respect to my good friends who also took over the Chief of Staff post. Baka magalit sa akin ang aking mista na si June Esperon. Pero, Mr. President, I had the honor with working with the reason why I'm co-sponsoring the measure, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I had the honor of working with him during the subcommittee hearing on the Bangsamoro Law in Sulu in February of 2018. I believe while he was still serving as Deputy Commander of the Joint Task Force, Sulu Commander of the Western Mindanao Command. So his position he held from January 2017 to April 2018. And I witnessed, Mr. Chairman, firsthand the kind of leadership, professionalism, and diligence that General Sobihana is known for. He's a valued partner in the peace process, and I appreciate that. We all appreciate that, Mr. President. And was in fact recognized in July 2019 by the first Parliament of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao for his unwavering commitment to bringing peace in the Bangsamoro homeland. General Sobihana is the pride of the Philippine Military Academy, or Hinirang class of 1987, and highly respected and well loved by the armed forces, Mr. President. So with those above mentioned points, it's with great honor and pleasure to second the motion for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Lieutenant General Civilito Elola Sobihano of the rank of General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And to continue, Mr. President, another gentleman who's been a friend of mine for quite some time, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, allow me to sponsor the confirmation and ad interim appointment of another highly competent and effective officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Brigadier General Potenciano Custodio Camba. Brigadier General Camba is currently serving as the Brigade Commander of the 1002 Brigade, 10th Infantry Division, Philippine Army in Malungon, Sarangani Province. I was informed, Mr. Chairman, that he also oversees areas in my home province of Bukidnon, including the municipalities of Kitaw-Taw and Damulog. We thank him for his service, Mr. Chairman, and we value his contributions in fostering peace and development, not only in Bukidnon, but also in the conflict-ridden regions of Mindanao. I personally know Brigadier General Camba from his years as aide-de-camp and security officer of then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. And again, we saw each other in Malacanang when he was also part of the PSG then of our dear President, President Duterte. So, Mr. President, he's a very well-regarded, dedicated, and dependable member of the military community. It's my honor and pleasure to co-sponsor the confirmation of his ad interim appointment. And of all the ad interim appointments, Mr. Chairman, of all these distinguished men and women, I salute you all, sir and ma'am. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you very much, Senator Subiri. Any other member? Senator Risa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I will no longer ask my next questions. If we had had enough time, I would have wanted to also speak during this confirmation hearing with Commodore Don Anthony Miraflor, Lieutenant General Ferdinand Cartujano, Brigadier General Eric Escarcha, and Major General Romeo Browner, the cousin of my late husband's mista. But instead, because of the matter of time, I will just look forward to working on those questions with these officers and gentlemen in the coming years. And just abbreviating my or ending my interpellation, Mr. Chairman, by expressing my heartfelt congratulations, mabuhay, to all the ladies and gentlemen of the armed forces that we will be confirming in a in a few minutes, with special mention, since it is March Women's Month, to my kabaro, 5 among the officers here today, Captain Venus Gualdacaver, Colonel Janet Rivares, Colonel Maria Teresa Rudio, Colonel Lourdes Dacoscos, and Colonel Annalisa Ianto. So to each and every one of you, dear ladies and gentlemen of the Armed Forces, my snappy salute.
Salamat po, Senator Ontiveros. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, mukhang wala na magtatanong. I move to recommend to the plenary the confirmation of 26 ad interim appointments and for the body to give its consent to 7 nominations of senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines to their respective ranks as listed in the agenda. I so move.
There's a motion
I
to
second
recommend
the
to the
motion.
plenary the confirmation of 26 ad interim appointments and for the body to give its consent to the 7 nominations of senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines of their respective ranks and listed in the agenda. Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, same is hereby approved.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any second? Any objection? On motion of Majority Leader, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Congratulations po sa inyo lahat.
Maraming salamat po, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
The 13th plenary session of the Commission on Appointments and the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Let us all pause for a minute of silent prayer. Thank you. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiging ganap ang silanganan, alam na puso, sa mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulang ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong buta, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isla ng watang at mo'y tagumpay na nagtinilig, ang bituin ng araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw, dalawa ang ating pagsinta, buhayan namin sa tiling mo. Ang ligaya dapat may mga api, ang mamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
The Secretary will please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Advincula, present. Almario,
Present.
Alvarez Jr.,
Present.
Arbison,
Present.
Cagas, Chipeco Jr.,
Present.
De La Rosa, Drilon,
Present.
Ferrer de Fourth, Heron,
Present.
Go, Ontiveros,
Present.
Lacson, Marcos, Noel,
Present.
Pancho,
Present.
Pimentel III,
Present.
Po,
Present.
Ramirez Sato,
Present.
Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Villanueva,
Present.
Villar,
Present.
Zamora, Subiri.
Present.
The chairperson is present.
With 3 members of the Commission physically present and 21 members online, for a total of 24, the Chair declares the existence of a quorum. Majority Leader?
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on March 10, 2021 and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The journal is approved.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed?
Go ahead, Majority Leader.
May we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Aimee Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño.
Any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices is in order. Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices, Senator Cynthia Villar, be recognized.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rise before this august chamber as chair of your Committee on Constitutional Commissions and Offices. We have deliberated today on the ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy P. Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño. It is said that a dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Picture this: a little girl adoringly listening to his father teach kids, just a few years older than her, at a public elementary school. Later on, this girl, in her teenage years, accompanies his father at his COMELEC election registrar's office, volunteers to help in the cleanup of his office, and observes in wonder while her father attended to the hectic but oftentimes exciting activities of election, one after another. That little girl, ladies and gentlemen, is now our COMELEC Commissioner appointee, Amy Pexon Ferolino Ampolocchio. Her childhood memories and experiences relating to her father's profession as public servant, first as an elementary teacher education, then as an election officer of the Commission on Election, have struck a chord so deep in her being, and inspired her so much that she started dreaming of following the footsteps of her beloved father, who was an educator for 13 years before joining COMELEC and serving the institution with loyalty, dedication, hard work, and unquestionable integrity for the next 23 years. Steadfast in her resolve to become a public servant herself, Commissioner Amy pursued her studies in law even while balancing a family life she started with husband Manuel Umbay Ampolocchio. No torrential rain, drenched body, soaked shoes, and flat motorbike tires could keep her from attending classes in law school. The only items kept dry were her precious books, which were actually wrapped in plastic and placed between her and her husband on a 25-kilometer trip from school to home. It was her father who dreamed of becoming a lawyer, and it was her who took on the task to fulfill that long-time dream. She reaped the fruits of her labor when she passed the 2006 bar exams and signed the roll of attorneys in 2007. Commissioner Amy is a veteran election frontliner, having been in COMELEC for the past 26 years and more if we count the years she helped us volunteer at her election registrar father's office. Rising from the ranks, she came in 1994 as an emergency laborer at COMELEC, serving as such for 2 years. Barely 2 years after her appointment as election assistant, she was designated as acting election officer and chairperson of the Board of Canvassers during the May 11, 1998 presidential election and during the May 14, 2000 midterm elections. These are among her earliest milestones in the commission. For 10 years, Commissioner Amy served as election officer for various capital cities and towns in the Davao region, including other stints such as augmentation election officer in Maguindanao in 2003 and in the 2012 Armed General Registration. Commissioner Amy was the acting provincial election supervisor for Davao del Norte in May 13, 2019 midterm elections. She continued her supervisory duties for said province in a permanent capacity, a post she held until her nomination by His Excellency President Rodrigo R. Duterte last November 24, 2020, and her ad interim appointment last December 21, 2020. Her dedication and hard work in the 26 fruitful years of public service has never once wavered. This was due mainly to the unconditional love and support not only of her colleagues at work, but mainly to the loving family around her. She is married to businessman farmer Mr. Manuel Umbay Ampolocchio, her high school sweetheart, who is also a native of Davao del Sur and blessed with two sons, Adrian Emmanuel and Christian Emmanuel, as well as a 4-year-old grandson, Roman Emmanuel. As commissioner, Attorney Amy commits to devote her life giving back to the public the gift of wisdom and experience derived from her 26 years of loyal and dedicated service in this constitutional body by continuing, among others, the mandate of the Commission on Elections for free, honest, orderly, and peaceful conduct of election and other electoral exercises. This, Commissioner Amy believes, is her true blessing. She has been gifted to give, and she will always be grateful to be of service. And so, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to recommend that the Commission confirm the ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy Pecson Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commissioner of the Commission on Elections for a term expiring on February 2, 2027, Vice Al A. Pareño. I so move, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, there is a motion for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Ms. Amy Ferolino Ampolocchio as Commission on Elections for a term expiring on the 2nd of February 2027. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The nominee is confirmed.
Congratulations.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nominations and ad interim appointments of 56 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs is in order. Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Senator Panfilo Lacson, be recognized.
Senator Panfilo Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, this representation as Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs presided over a public hearing this morning to deliberate on the nominations of 5 ambassadors, extraordinary and plenipotentiary. The committee likewise deliberated on the ad interim appointments of 51 senior officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs, consisting of 6 senior officials who are promoted to the rank of Chief of Mission +1, 10 senior officials promoted to the rank of Chief of Mission +2, 10 senior officials promoted to the rank of Career Minister, and 25 senior officials promoted to the rank of Foreign Service Officer +1. Your committee, after deliberating on their qualifications and fitness during the public hearing, determined that they are fit and qualified to be in their posts where they are nominated and appointed, and therefore ruled to recommend to the plenary their appointments for the consent and approval of this body. Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Generoso Calonge as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission +1. Ambassador Calonge was an Army officer who has held the rank of Major in active service since 1998. He was later appointed as Commodore in the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary Executive Squadron in January of 2020. He is also a member of the Philippine Bar, a top-notch of the Career Minister Examinations in 1997, and third in rank in the Foreign Service Examinations in 1981. In 2004, he was lauded as then Consul General in Dubai for having completed the rescue mission for the kidnapped Filipino diplomat and his 3 companions in Afghanistan. As the Assistant Secretary for the Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office, he also successfully revived the Philippines-Japan Dialogue on Maritime and Ocean Affairs, reportedly the first maritime dialogue in 6 years. In 2020, he was conferred with a Felipe Agoncillo Lifetime Service Award by the department for his substantial contribution to the advancement of Philippine interests in the global community. Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Generoso Calonge as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Iraq with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission +1. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, it is my honor and privilege to recommend that the Commission give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission +1. Our subject nominee, dubbed as an accidental diplomat, only took the Foreign Service officers' examinations to fulfill a promise to her elders, but ended up topping the overall exam in 1994 and even ranked 3rd in her career minister examinations in 2007. She has served key roles in the Department of Foreign Affairs, including her post as the officer in charge of the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration and as the concurrent chairperson of the Board of Foreign Service Administration from May 2018 to April 2019. As the ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany, she was credited for the successful conclusion of a long-awaited major bilateral economic initiative, that is, the establishment of a Philippines-Germany Joint Economic Committee in August of 2020. Ambassador De Vega has rightfully earned her laurels, including the Order of Sikatuna, rank of Dakilang Kasugo, or Gold Distinction in 2016, and the Medal of Civic Merit by the government of the Kingdom of Spain in 2007. Nonetheless, of the many feathers in her cap, here and abroad, her best distinction remains to be as an outstanding diplomat who has helped forge and strengthen important bilateral and multilateral cooperation between the Philippines, the United States, the United Kingdom, Mexico, Hong Kong, and Germany. Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission +1. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, it is my honor and privilege to recommend that the Commission give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Lumen Banson Isleta as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Sweden with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Finland with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission +1. Our nominee started her public service career as an economic development researcher and later as a senior development specialist at the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA. She joined the DFA in 1988 as a director of the economic division and since then climbed up the latter to represent the department in various important capacities. Ambassador Isleta has been distinctively known for her overseas diplomatic representations at the Philippine embassies in Stockholm, Sweden, Vienna, Austria, Laos, and Indonesia, until her designation as the Assistant Secretary for American Affairs. Among her honorable merits is her advocacy for gender equality and women empowerment. As the Gender and Development Secretariat in the DFA, her office has been an overdrive to push the concerns of women to the forefront. She has also actively participated in drafting the drafting of Republic Act 9710, or the Magna Carta of Women, and the drawing up of its implementing rules and regulations. In the international forum, she also actively participated in the meetings of the United Nations Committee on the Status of Women. Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Lumen Banzon Isleta as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Sweden, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Finland, with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 1. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Drilon, you were raising your hand.
Yes, Mr. President. Just for the record, I was going to second the nomination of Ambassador De Vega, which the chair moved. But anyway, just spread it on the record, Mr. Chairman.
All right then. For the nomination of Ambassador Banzon Isleta. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The manifestation of the Minority Leader of the Senate, Senator Drilon, is hereby noted, seconding the nomination of Ambassador Dizon De Vega. Go ahead, Senator Lacson, you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, it is also my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Elena Palo Algabre as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey, with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan, with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 2. Ambassador Algabre, an economist by profession, started her career in the department in 1994 as an executive assistant at the Office of the Secretary. Only a year later, she ranked first in the FSO examinations, topping both its written and oral components. She rose from the ranks and served diplomatic postings in the Kingdom of Belgium, the Republic of Austria, and the Kingdom of Norway until her recent nomination. Under her leadership as the Minister Deputy Head of Mission and Consul General of the Philippine Embassy in Oslo, Norway, the embassy was named one of the best organizations of the department in 2018. Ambassador Algabre is highly regarded for her active promotion of Philippine art and culture in her foreign postings, as exemplified by her key projects such as the 2015 ballet performance tour in China that forged cultural exchange, and the 2016 performance of the Leyte Dance Theater in Bern, Geneva, Prague, Vienna, and Warsaw, in appreciation of the foreign assistance of the countries in the aftermath of Typhoon Yolanda. She has been entrusted with various sensitive positions in the DFA, particularly acknowledged for her effective monitoring and analysis of European Union policies and developments affecting the country. For her outstanding service as a diplomat, she was conferred with the prestigious Gawad Mabini Dakilang Kasugo Award in 2007. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Maria Elena Palo Algabre as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey, with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan, with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 2. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Just out of curiosity, did Ambassador Algabre watch the Netflix series The Resurrection?
You may respond,
You did?
Madam Ambassador.
No, you just nod if you did. Yes. Yes?
No, sir, but I watched the
You heard about it?
series on the.
Yes, it's the history of Turkey.
I watched the Ottoman.
All right. I suggest that you watch it. Anyway, any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, it is likewise my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Alan Lazaro de Niega as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the People's Republic of Bangladesh, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and Republic of Maldives, with the rank and emoluments of the Chief of Mission Class 2. Our nominee held diplomatic postings in Tokyo, Japan, Singapore, and Brussels, Belgium, until his current function in Ottawa, Canada. Throughout his overseas postings, he has gained recognition for his worthwhile gains in foreign relations. As the Consul General of Minister to the Philippine Embassy in Singapore from 2011 to 2014, he was cited for improving consular services through the utilization of IT systems and overseeing various administrative concerns. He was also recognized as the Director of the Office of ASEAN Affairs from 2014 to 2015 for promoting a better understanding of the ASEAN community and economic integration. In his short stint as the Director of the Office of European Affairs, he ably supervised 3 divisions, which dealt with numerous member countries. As the charge d'affaires of the Philippine Embassy in Brussels from 2016 to 2019, he was credited for successfully managing and heading the post despite the absence of a Philippine envoy since 2016. Finally, in his current post as Consul General in Ottawa, he has served the interests of hundreds of thousands of Filipinos and Filipino Canadians by efficiently managing the embassy's consular section. To this end, Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, it is my privilege and honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nomination of Ambassador Alan Lazaro de Niega as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the People's Republic of Bangladesh, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the Republic of Maldives, with the rank and emoluments of a Chief of Mission Class 2. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
At this point, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to recommend to the Commission the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the following officials to the rank of Chief of Mission Class 1. Mr. Vicente Vivencio Tejamo Bandillo. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Medardo Antonio Gonzalez Macaraig. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Eduardo Ramos Meñez. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Ms. Imelda Makapundag Panolong. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Raleigh Lofamia Tejada. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
And Mr. Alfonso Agbayani Ver. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to recommend to the Commission the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the following officials to the rank of Chief of Mission Class 2. Ms. Grace T. Cruz Favela. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Roberto Gutierrez Manalo. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. Senen Chemsin Mangalili. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Flerida Ann Camille Puzon Mayo. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Eileen S. Mendiola Rao. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Evangeline T. Ong Jimenez Duproc. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Jesusa Susana Villar Paez. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Maria Angela Abrera Ponce. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Eric Gerardo Escarilla Tamayo. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Paul Vincent Luna Uy. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Chairman, I likewise recommend to the Commission the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the following senior officials to the rank of career ministers. Mr. Reginald Sangle Bernabe. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Robert Eric Alabado Borge. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Lena Eileen C. De Dios Season. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Christian Luna De Jesus. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Maria Alni Arugay Gamble. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Rosel Remo Reyes. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Jim Tito Malgos San Agustin. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Hans Mohaimin Lim Siriban. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Arman Racho Talbo. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And Mr. Kerwin Orville Casano Tate. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I recommend to the Commission the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of the following appointments of the following senior officials to the rank of Foreign Service Officers Class 1. Mr. Ralph Vincent Clar de Jesus Abarquez. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. or Miss Rapunzel Aglipay Akop. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Nomer Blevens Ado II. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. J. Francis Salino or Galino Alcantara. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Maria Teresa Milalios Alders. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Melvin Cordenillo Almonguera. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Joan Veronica Madulid Andal. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Dean Jason Nepomuceno Ariola. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Riz Rodriguez Cantada. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Oliver Otamora Delfin. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Helen Ann Sayo Gan. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Ria Eugenio Gorospe. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. John Francis Solano Herrera. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Irish K. L. Calao Ado. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Christine Margaret Mendiola Malang. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Jim Gabrilio Minglana. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miss Carlin Andrino Monastrial. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Norman Escueta Padalhin. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Annalyn De Leon Ratonel, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Romel Ariman Romato, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ms. Joylyn Espinosa Santos, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Rodney Jonas Lucido Sumage, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Maurice Arcamo Tiempo, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. Eric Petaliana Valenzuela, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And Mr. Duke Apalisok Villanueva, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the nominations and ad interim appointments of 33 senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The consideration of the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense is in order.
Mr.
Majority
Chair,
Leader.
I move that the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Luis John Ferrer IV, be recognized.
Representative Luis John Ferrer IV is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues, as Chairman of the Committee on National Defense, it is my distinct honor and privilege to sponsor today the confirmation of the ad interim appointments and consent to the nominations of 33 senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. In this morning's public hearing, it has been determined by your committee that the said senior officers are all fit and qualified to be promoted to the ranks where they are appointed and nominated to. Therefore, ruled to recommend to the plenary the confirmation of the ad interim appointments and for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of the 33 senior officers in the AFP. Mr. Chairman, there are many ways on how one may exhibit love and loyalty for our country. Our first nominee has flawlessly exhibited this and has no doubt shown true bravery and patriotism. He is a story of a gallant hero, a fearless warrior, and a true Filipino. In military practice, the salute is always done with the right hand. Our nominee, however, salutes with his left. This is a gesture no one has heard of, and the story behind this left-hand salute sparks inspiration and deserves to be known. Many years back, then Captain Sobihana led his unit in a 4-hour gunfight against the Abu Sayyaf group in Basilan, where they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. In the course of the battle, his right arm, his shooting arm, was badly hit and almost severed. He had to bite his thumb to keep it from completely falling off. Despite the intense pain and danger, he never stood still. He controlled the fire directions of his men, shooting with his left arm, and continued to fight until reinforcements came. Because of this, General Sobihana was given the Medal of Valor, the highest award for bravery in the military, honoring conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity, the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. Only 42 Filipino soldiers have been awarded this medal since 1935, and most of them have been awarded posthumously. Since the said incident, General Sobihana was not able to use his right arm, and AFP has allowed him to salute with his left hand, as the right arm has indeed done more than enough. Recently, he formally and rightfully assumed as the 55th Chief of Staff of the AFP, a product of his excellence and commitment and his strong advocacy for peace and development, with one of the country's living heroes who exemplifies unquestionable loyalty to our Constitution as its leader. We are assured that our AFP will continue to protect and defend our people and our country at all times and at all costs. Mr. Chairman and esteemed colleagues, This representation is deeply honored and privileged to recommend to this body and gives its consent to the nomination of Lieutenant General Cirilito Elola Sobehana to the rank of General, the current Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, our left-handed warrior, and our nation's pride. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved.
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to recommend to the body to give its consent to the add in the appointments and nominations of the following senior officers of the AFP. Ferdinand M. Cartujano to the rank of Lieutenant General. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Toribio D. Adasi Jr. to the rank of Rear Admiral. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Nestor Florente D.C. Rayos to the rank of Major General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Efren P. Baluyot to the rank of Major General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Romeo S. Bronner Jr. to the rank of Major General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Dorvin Jose L. Legaspi to the rank of Rear Admiral. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Nestor C. Jericho to the rank of Major General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Don Anthony L. Miraflor to the rank of Commodore. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Edgar P. Nigos to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Joseph Ferus S. Quizon to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Luis Rex D. Bergante to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Potenciano C. Camba to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Michael J. Lorenzo to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Arturo G. Rojas to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Monico E. Abang to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Torrante N. Gagua to the rank of Commodore. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Eric E. Nicanor to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Domingo B. Gabway to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Rosalio G. Pompa to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Eric Q. Escarcha to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Philip S. Lapinid to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Joel Alejandro S. Naknak to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Edgardo C. Palma to the rank of Brigadier General. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Remuel C. Hardinero to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Venus G. Gualdaquever to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy Reserve.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Rolando C. Escalona Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Judge Advocate General Service. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Alan L. Chu to the rank of Colonel, Judge Advocate General Service. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Roel P. Baldeo to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Maria Teresa B. Rudio to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Annalisa Yu Yanto, to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And Lourdes P. Tocoscos, to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And Janet S. Rivares, to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
That is all, Mr. Chair. Congratulations po.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to our officers and to General Sabiana for the Medal of Valor. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your service to the country. I wonder, Representative Pereira, does Senator De La Rosa also have a Medal of Valor?
I think coming from the Senate. Joke lang.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The session is hereby adjourned.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sirs, ma'ams.